final sprint feels like 4 rounds remaining. This is where if someone catches fire, they could run off and take that title. I would love to see a breakthrough now and someone try to seize the ball by the horns.
Well, absolutely dramatic scenes here in Norway chess yesterday. We had 4 decisive games in classical. Let's check out this recap.
First she delivers a check. The king moves and queen sack, queen sack.
Oh my gosh, it's checkmate! It's checkmate in 3! It's queen takes bishop and she finds it!
She resigns, Vivisara takes the Armageddon.
I also want to win some classical games, but unfortunately from the first round I stopped doing this.
10 seconds left on the clock. Oh my gosh. And you could have an hour on the clock and it would not help if you're Gukesh right now. Vincent Keymer picked up pawn. Oh, this is a beautiful move there from Vincent. F6, locking out the black rook. That's enough to warrant resignation.
He was under constant pressure. I don't think it was so bad, but you know, this time control of this time really helped me. Like, he had to make some tough decisions in a little time, and then obviously you start to make mistakes at some point.
He's going to try and block the button in black game. But come to check here, black is going behind. White is way too slow. Handshake. Two entering the world champion. It's her first win for Norway chess.
The endgame is drawn and I just forgot everything I in the tension.
Magnus is going to the corner.
He's found it. He finds the tactical trick.
Handshake. Magnus gets the win.
The way he played kind of
Knight takes d6. Rook's going to go back. Knight to d4.
That's game over. Just right there. And that's it. It's handshake. Zhuzhina gets the win.
I got some decision after the beginning and I just try to advance.
And for Wesley, it's just about picking up that form that's up for grabs.
Hand was shaking down though. He's double checking things just in case he miscalculates the 2 pawns are too many. The black is too passive.
Another check. Don't take that pawn. Rook c4. And that's it. Wesley takes the lead at Norway chess.
Congratulations on leading Norway chess right now. Hey, wonderful. I don't think I ever led Norway chess in all the years that I played. Not even around.
And now the emotions of round 6. But it's a new day and new possibilities. Round 7. And it's a mirror match. Players have actually played each other before, but now they're playing colours reverse. And that's a big matchup. As always, from Norway chess, Vincent Keymer takes on Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen to be back on deck. You know, he's got 2 possible wins now, but he still needs a string of wins if he wants to make a real case for the East title. He's not out of it, and that's always a scary part. I mean, even currently not in the lead or not in the top spot of the chasing pack, Magnus Carlsen will be a favorite for a lot of those watching. They want to see him go the distance. But I think for Alireza Firouzja, the big question today against Raghunanda, can he get the reset after his loss yesterday, his first here in the top four of Norway chess?
And the mirror match, we're back in round 2. Feels like ages ago, just last week. It was Firouzja with the only win of tactical caution, defeating Prag. So good memory. Of course, having black this time was more difficult. But he started so strong, Alireza. Is he running out of team or
He just has to remember that losing to Magnus, there's no shame at all. And the good part is, you played Magnus twice already in this tournament. So, you know, looking ahead, Alireza just needs to reset himself, forget what happened yesterday, and come back today with the black pieces against a struggling front to perhaps not make his chances. Now, one player who also bounced back into the lead, claiming it, Vivisara Osawaeva, the big question today with margins, such a narrow gap for that leader. Can she hold on to it? Can she hold on to her narrow lead? Well, we're going to find out today as we see Hampi Kanaru. She has the white pieces against fellow Indian Divya Deshmukh. Divya yesterday losing in a heartbreaking game to Zhu Wenjun. And for tournament leader of Norway chess, Wesley So. You know, round 2 kind of signaled the big turnaround. You know, he lost in the Armageddon round 1 for Pragnanda, then he came back in fighting form against Gukesh to win the Armageddon, and then he's just gotten back from strength to strength, and now he's just had 2 classical wins in a row.
It's been awesome to watch Wesley this tournament. He's playing at a whole new level right now. You know, he's that immovable, unstoppable force. Depending on the position he's playing them out to perfection, he leads the tournament right now. You know, Wesley said when he joined us before the tournament, he wanted to get to about 12 to 13 points in Norway chess and would consider that as success. well, guess what? He's sitting atop, and that's within reach. In fact, I think now he gets even more ambitious. He wants the whole thing, David.
He definitely wants the whole thing. He's got a great lifetime score against Bukesh as well. 2 classical wins for Wesley. Bukesh has never defeated him in classical games. I think he could get chances as well. The way Bukesh has been playing, it's been a bit loose. He's been taking chances, taking risks. Wesley, a great counter-attacker. Divya, in the meantime, will hope to put yesterday behind her. Looking sharp, and yeah, she will face Hunter Canary, and she's got a decent score against Hunter.
Divya in second place, so she can't afford any sort of setbacks at all. Yesterday could have been a bit more today. It's all about getting into the zone, getting focused, and something also in the chasing practice is she has the black pieces, so she wants to take that's not far off the lead.
It's a big day for Anna. I mean, with 8 points, she is one of the chasers. The fact that she has so much experience for her knowledge that she is the Sunday champion as well. And today she returned on the board with her lucky sweater on.
Lucky sweater brought her a lot of success both last year, this year. Vincent Keymer had success yesterday, and it looked like somehow the belief was starting to shine through Vincent after all those tough Armageddons. 5 bad days. Yesterday was great. He joined us in the studio, and he looked really, really positive.
It was awesome to have him, right? Until yesterday, it was winless Keymer, and then he gets this huge one in, and suddenly climbs to 3rd place, and you're looking at Vincent Keymer showing the world why Norway chess can be so up and down and so much rides on a classical game.
Exactly, and I gotta say, Vincent has come dressed to impress. It's an attire we often associate with snooker players, and I love to see it.
I think he's one of the best dressed chess players in elite chess.
I'm sure a few people would have a thing or two to say about that. But yeah, Vincent, a very stylish guy, both on and off the board. Magnus, yesterday, the slicked back hair, and he managed to win. Today, maybe less so. But yeah, with the black pieces, he will hope to at least get to an Armageddon and win that one. I think a loss for today for Magnus, and he will be out of the running for 1st place.
He has to go all out, and he needs to do it in the classical. And yesterday, he described his fighting mood as 1.5 out of 10, but surprisingly played super confident chess and wrapped it up against the tournament leader in the classical. I think his fighting mood goes up today. I think he wants more now. Magnus, we might just see it's Carlsen fighting now.
The last time he played Vincent, he rounded a really dramatic shot, so really good shot. The drama continues. Losing his good style from very confident in the Armageddon. Like I scored 2-1 against Vincent.
This is our only classical game team plus the win in each game 1 of Norway chess tournament. Since then, raking up points equaled Armageddon very impressively, but I have to say, Jujina yesterday, her Armageddon win against Anna Muzica was so flawlessly done. And I feel like this match, we're gonna see fireworks. Both these players, one a 3-time world list champion, the other Jujina has had a meteoric rise in 2025, the winner of Grand Prix Women a few days ago, and they go head off. And I think for Jujina, she wants a fight in the classical. This one's fireworks.
She's playing catch up. She needs a fight. She needs to unbalance the game. She definitely wants those 3 points. And for Bibi Sara, if she gets 3 points victory in classical, well, suddenly she could be cementing her lead at the top.
It's also their style of play, right? Neither shying away. And speaking of style, Magnus Carlsen there, stylishly signing off some autographs before he enters the playing arena. How are we feeling about the fact that despite Magnus still being in the middle of the leaderboard, has had 3 classical losses in this tournament, we are still talking about a potential 8th Norway chess title. It happens only with Magnus.
Exactly, and it's been the kind of double-edged chess that he's been playing. He's been taking big risks, Magnus. Rare to see from someone who plays less classical chess these days to go all out in every game. Feels like he's either winning or losing, not much in between right now. And that's why he's in with the chances. This scoring format with the 3 points to win, handshakes with Vincent Keymer. Whoever wins this will really fancy their chances. Wesley looks great, but maybe Wesley at some point might start playing it a bit more safe. So yeah, this round is crucial.
And we see that head-to-head as well. Lopsided for Vincent Keymer with 1 win to 5 losses there. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. I think given the tournament situation, will take any fight that he gets. Knowing that Vincent Keymer after his meal here in Oslo has been the Armageddon, I still don't think Magnus wants to take it on there. It's just not enough for him.
It's not enough to get those 1.5 points. So he's going to go for the full 3 points. But as we
they were making the first move.
Green connection because future Grandmasters play. Which games are you most excited about?
Yeah, and where should our audience keep their eyes on? I mean, all the battles are super critical with the foreign system here at Economic Chat, but let's not forget it is Wesley Films that start. Clean against the struggling the game right now, the sound of the black pieces Wesley does. Doesn't want to steer this into safe zones and take out Armageddon. But the thing is, with a player like the face, you know your chances will come. You will try to push and pressure it out for a fight. I think that's the big match happening, of course. Whenever there's Magnus Carlsen going number one on the board, you know, you've got to go there as often as you can. Vincent, you've got to be confident after his win yesterday. The second push you need when you're about to face Magnus. And in the women, it's going to be all right on Belisara versus Yuja now.
No, it's just so exciting.
You need to pop up. Spiders in, right?
Yeah, very nice. We need at least 6 battle lines to follow all of these, but we'll try our best for everyone at home to keep you updated with all of the developments, all of the moves, all of the twists and turns. Vincent Keymer starting with the Reti. Would love to see it. Flexible opening, asking Magnus which setup is he going to go for.
David Howell approves. 1 knight f3 on the board. Yesterday, surprisingly, we had none of this happen. It was always the Queen's Pawn opening and the King's Pawn opening. We have seen Reti being played in Oslo this year quite a few times. Vincent sticks to plan. It's also an idea that was discussed heavily in the World Championship camp for Gukesh, with Team Gukesh employed against Dingler. So I think a lot of notes to take back from that preparation that Vincent was a big part of. Magnus, do you think he's just a little bit surprised by Vincent's decision here?
Possibly. The good thing about the Reti is there are so many move order tricks, so no matter what the opponent wants to do, whether it's a Queen's Gambit declined, a Slav, King's Indian, you name it, Grunfeld, there are so many ways for White to put a little different twist on it and try to confuse the opponent, try to get a favourable version. So whatever Magnus wants to do against the default, he might like to still try to do, but aware that Vincent doesn't need to commit the second double yet. This one is going to be, I have a feeling, a long battle today. I don't think he's going to play many times in general with Glass, but if you do, you have to kind of outlast him. He's so strong at this point.
And I'm just going to add to that, Yuri, that for Vincent, I think it has to be very clear, big bear in mind that I'm not confident if this goes into Armageddon. I lost 5 of the 6 in that format. Against the world number 1 with the white pieces, if I want my chances, it needs to be in the classical.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be in the classical. And Vincent has been pressure in the classical. And the Armageddon was a completely different story at times. Moves, rumbles being made pretty early on. But Magnus, deep in thought. Now, it suggests to me, just by looking at Magnus, that Magnus is kind of racking his brain for old ideas that he has come up with, maybe from the 2013 World Championship.
Exactly, he's not out of books, that's it, just our producers having a laugh. Big, talking about the books, I guess it's the library here, so yeah, Magnus is trying to recall something that maybe Vincent has seen before from pre-millennium times.
Actually, young player chat is what's going on in Magnus Carlsen's mind as he decides on that center top board. Does he start with a pawn move, or is it going to be the knight coming out to f6? Meanwhile, action on our other boards. I see a couple of Queen's Pawn opening, a couple of King's Pawn opening, and a 1 knight f3, the Reti, only played by Vincent Keymer.
I see something potentially very firing there in the bottom left between Humpy, Kanaru and Divya Dashmukh.
It's Benko, baby.
It's Benko, yeah. I think from now on it should be renamed the Benko baby.
Ben KO knockout.
Exactly. It's got that vibe, right? You go for the Benko, it's an early gambit, it's an early pawn sacrifice if you're black. We're looking at that bottom left board, Humpy playing with the white pieces. You can see she's already up a pawn right now. And the big decision here for white is, do you hang on to that pawn? Do you trade the pawn that Divya just moved forward, or do you simply give it away? Divya's choice of opening, of going for the bend knockout in this round,
just shows us the ambition that she always has every game. She wants a fight against Humpy, a struggling Humpy.
Exactly. Humpy Canary struggling in this event. She's currently in last place, but of course, a win in Classical of course would rocket her up the standings. And talking about standings, Wesley So getting an E4, E5. It's an Italian game against Gukesh.
Interesting choice by Gukesh because Wesley won on the black side in Italian against none other than Magnus Carlsen just 2 rounds ago. So Gukesh trying to maybe surprise Wesley, trying to catch him off guard. In that opening, Wesley switched it up slightly by playing a slightly different system. So, yeah, interesting choice by Gukesh.
So I see on top row, we've got 2 King's Pawn opening, one by Prague, one by Gukesh, the 2 Indians employing it. A center top row, we've got Vincent starting with the Reti, and now we see Magnus coming out with the Knight. Vincent not yet showing his hands at the center of the board, but getting his bishop out, Fianchettoing it on the next move. Our bottom row of Norway chess women, all of them start with the Queen's Pawn opening today.
And just to mention, 2 chairs against each other. Magnus maybe in the confessional. Vincent walking around, waiting for Magnus to come back and play his second move. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned the women there, Tanya. What are your thoughts? We've had 6 rounds completed, only 3 decisive games total in the Classical. Is that disappointing? Is that surprising? What do you make of it?
I'd say both those things. I think I am really surprised with that. Usually we see a lot more decisive action when it comes to women's chess, and it's to me, the fact that so far, 6 rounds in, only 3 decisive games have happened in Classical, all other results going down to the Armageddon, is a bit of a shocker. But I also want to point out, it's not because of lack of excitement in the game itself. There have been a lot of ups and downs, roller coaster, missed opportunities there, and we very well could have had 10 decisive games instead of 3 in the women. And it just goes on to show that when you've got a 2R with no increment going on, just the kind of turnarounds that can happen in those final few moments, the hits and misses.
I gotta say, I was discussing in the lift yesterday with Nick, the game theory guy, and he was telling me that the women are playing way more accurate chess than the Norway chess.
Oh.
So when you get perfection, you get a draw.
David has something to add to that.
I mean, perfection is one way to put it. There have been lots of missed chances. Like, we've had plenty of winning positions. We've seen quite a few kind of mistakes here and there, but nobody able to get that killer instinct in some of the bigger encounters. It feels like often they're happy to go to the Armageddon. Some of the players. Zhu and Jun yesterday suddenly found the energy to go for it in Classical, but until that, she was happy to play it rock solid, just be really, really safe. And normally, yeah, you have to take some risk at some point. So accuracy, I've never been a fan of accuracy kind of dictating everything, but yeah, it definitely feels like at some point the Classical wins will start flowing, and it's just about who gets them.
Round 6 saw the most number of decisive games, talking about fighting chess. You know, we had 3 in Norway chess, all won by white. In the women, we had Zhu Wenjun take the win in the Classical, her first win here at Norway chess, and a big one. It was against Divya. What are we expecting today? Better fortunes for the players playing with black?
Well, let's actually dive in and have a look at Humpy against Divya, because that one definitely seems more imbalanced than the rest. You know, we have a Benko on our board, and we can see that decisions have been made. That earlier on, we were kind of considering, you know, whether white would play B takes C6 or B6. Maybe we can actually do an action replay and break down all the subtleties.
For anyone at home not familiar with the Benko Gambit, it is in this position after C4, black playing C5, asking white, inviting white forward with D5 to gain some space. E6 now would be what I like to think is the cousin of the Benko. It would be heading towards the Benoni defense. And after B5, he takes D5, the Benko Gambit accepted. White doesn't have to take it, it's very possible. After A6, white has a bunch of moves. White does take on A6, I think, more often than not. B6, rejecting the Gambit, is another variation, hoping that the black A6 pawn actually just gets in the way of the rook and A8. No open lines there on the A file. The knight still a bit dark, so the bishop can't come out to the A6 square. But white can also try to build a center very quickly. Queen C2 to build E4, knight C3 to build E4. What do we make of this? The choices that we're playing?
I really don't appreciate that my favorite response to A6 hasn't been named by you, David Howard, just yet.
Is it E4?
I do like
E3.
Yes,
Oh.
that's the one. I do like to start with E3 and then you bring the knight out and slowly build the idea of
Dengerin
E4 and
podcast
A4 coming in
paling
as well.
seru
And in fact, I will tell you that was
di
one of the lines that we
aplikasi
looked
YouTube
at
Music.
as the Indian team for the Olympiad. And both Humpy and Divya were part of that camp. But we're seeing none of that because Humpy goes for a different option.
Maybe mind games then. Here, Divya saying, oh, please play E3. I have a special idea lined up. I know you've looked at it. I've looked at it more recently, though. E3 playable. We have a question from our producer. B6 is what Vic normally plays here. I'm going to admit here, confess, that I don't know much at all about this line. I've never been brave enough to play the Bantu Gambit. I bluffed it once, but what should Black be doing here? Should Black take back immediately?
This is also something that we've looked at, and it might look strange, right? You won a pawn, you immediately give it away, you invite Black to actually capture it with a developing move. But I second what Vic said. This is maybe my second favorite move in this position, and it all relies on the fact that you give away a pawn for a really strong control on the c4 square eventually. Now, once the white knight lands there, positionally, strategically, it gets really fun to be white. And when you take it immediately, or you go d6, knight d7, and then pick it up with your knight, there are a lot of games in this position.
A lot of games. I always found it really interesting that white often plays a4 quite quickly, trying to put a pawn on a5. Black is a bit stuck here. Either you block yourself with a5 and totally give away b5 for good, maybe a white bishop landing there, or for example, if queen takes a5. It's a bit hard now to get this knight out, the bishop out, and yeah, I've always struggled to understand these, so I steered clear.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not doing a very good job of selling the Benko Gambit. We've said, well, E3 is good, B6 is also quite nice as well. I mean, one thing that Benko does have is that you do get that natural development. So after pawn takes A6, the bishop is very quick to come out. Also, you have these two open lines on the queen side to start applying pressure, and usually what Black wants to be doing is going after your fianchetto d6, g6, bishop g7. You get massive pressure on the queen side, and the whole justification is that even if white is at extra pawn, it's not going to be a pawn that's easy to advance, and Black is very quick just to line up on the queen side and start just having fun.
Yeah, really interesting idea played actually by Divya, and it's a very modern idea if I'm not mistaken. I used to subscribe to some opening newsletters, and I remember that Black here in the past used to always take this pawn back immediately with the bishop. The idea was to kind of pin the e-pawn. If white ever wants to move now, then bishop takes bishop will force the white king to give up castling rights. We've had a couple of moves in the meantime, but the modern-ish main line suddenly became g6 with the idea that you just leave this pawn as long as possible. Bishop g7, e4 castles, and you're trying to provoke white to go forward with e5, which is playable, but kind of overextending risk there. And the whole idea was after knight f3, Black goes out, and there are quite a few tricks in this position. I've seen many grandmasters make a mistake here. The pawn hit on e4 due to a pin by playing bishop to d3, and suddenly Black has the advantage after the beautiful knight takes d5. And this is a well-known trap. Anyone at home who's a d4 player, watch out for this one. Hitting the king, hitting the rook, and you can't defend the rook, or maybe you have to, but the bishop then to d3 will drop. Black is actually suddenly material up. But yeah, this g6 line fell out of fashion just the last couple of years, I think, in e6, played by Divya, trying to strike to the centre first. This is maybe more Blumenfeld's gambit than Benko gambit, suddenly another cousin, one of the family opens.
There's something to unsettle Humpy, right, Kenya?
I completely agree with you. It's sort of playing against Humpy's position strategic style. Like currently, Divya is down 2 pawns in the position. Yes, the a6 pawn will be picked up, but Divya is taking the initiative for that central pawn that she's given up. And very often, it also relies on the activity of your dark square bishop once it lands on that g7 square. I'm expecting Humpy to pick up this pawn that's just been taken at the center of the board right now. And interestingly, Divya has had this position before. This is a line that she's played. So the question in my mind is, how well prepared is Humpy for this game? You know, as a player, having worked with Humpy and been in the team with Humpy, The thing is, when you're not having the best of tournaments, how much effort are you putting into your pre-game prep is the question. And Divya has played this exact same line in 2026 against a player who's playing at Norway Chess Women here. It's Jujina.
Yes.
And she's gotten this position. It was a very complicated battle with Jujina winning it with white. And I think Divya's come up with an improvement in her play to employ this against Humpy today.
Fascinating dynamics there. The fact that Humpy hasn't recaptured the pawn immediately makes me wonder whether she's aware of the fact that Divya's played the Benko. Maybe she just didn't check it this morning. Maybe it's been a few years since Humpy looked at this, which is quite a rare guest. I've got to say the Benko Gambit at the top level nowadays. If she's not taking this pawn, I think the only other move you could feasibly make an argument for is e3 before Black pushes with d4. Maybe it's still difficult for Black to guard the d5 pawn, but surely she's going to take that back. Especially if she's unprepared here. You don't want to allow Black with such strong central pawns here. And the question is, what next? I think I recall English Grandmaster Gawain Jones playing bishop e7 here at the British Championship a couple of years ago. He was sitting on the board next to me. And that became a bit of a strange fight, although he ended up winning from a worse position. And the idea is to get the castle as quickly as possible and ask White how he's catching up.
Yeah, but the mind games are there, David, especially when Divya has prepared. Let's go to the bird's eye view, because I want to take stock of what is happening in the other game. And I can see that Magnus is down on the clock, but is very standard position, not out of the opening jobs yet. And I can see that there are some very interesting decisions, and immediately my eye is drawn to the top right. Cash against Wesley, because yesterday it was all about g5. So many games had that with Black going on the front foot. Cash, Zines 5. Let's dive in.
Let's dive into that one. The other curiosity of Magnus being 15 minutes down now and only having played one move. Something's up. Magnus doubting himself, not playing as quickly as possible as he could do maybe. This game, though, has been very quick from Gukesh, especially. Very quick action replay because Wesley has sacrificed a pawn. It was the Italian game, and after bishop c4, knight f6, the two knights defense. Knight g5 is very popular, maybe at lower levels or in faster time controls. d4, we've seen that by transposition yesterday in one of our games in Norway Chess Women. d3 was played by Gukesh, a quieter system, and I really wonder why Wesley went away from bishop c5. He must have been fearing an opening idea, a deep one by Gukesh, because that's what Wesley played against Magnus. Won against Magnus in bishop c5. Maybe some mind games. He plays bishop e7, which is known to be a bit more passive, also very solid, dodging the main theory, and castle started bishop d3. And Wesley here, playing the move that I would say isn't his style. Normally I would expect Wesley to play d6, maybe try to play knight a5, d6, brilliant stuff, d6, h6, there's loads of ways for Black to keep the game quiet. And Wesley goes combative here in the centre, with two trade pawns, rookie one hitting e5, very impossible now to defend that pawn with f6, because White's going to break out d4 very quickly and do something even better, but this is an annoying pin. Rookie one, bishop d4, another pin, this is broken, nothing other bishop held, bishop f3, pure pawn sacrifice, bishop back, reminiscent of the Marshall pawn sacrifice in the Rolodex. But still in prep, but Wesley's thinking.
I love that Wesley's just going all out in his games here at Norway Chess. You know, we already associate Wesley so solid with all the positions for the girl and she's being cautious, waiting for the opportunities to arise rather than trying to create them on the board. So this Norway Chess has been a completely different story for Wesley. He's sacrificed the pawn for initiative, and you said martial left, and those ideas with h2, g4 already given as a hook, David, for Wesley in this position. I think Gukesh has to be really careful and really well prepared in this position. So Black's plans are pretty clear, right? You start hitting that rook at the center of the board, the dark square bishop lines itself on the weakened dark squares via d6. You sidestep your king, and then you break with f5. You want to target these pawns that Gukesh has overexpanded with to win a pawn in the position, but in the process, behind in development, let's highlight the queen side. Not a single piece has made a move for Gukesh. The king in the open, Look at Wesley, healthy pawn structure, down a pawn, but that's given him access to open diagonals, open files. Bishop d6, king h8, queen d7, f5, rook a8. I really like the potential of compensation here.
Absolutely. And can I give you a small plot twist? So the plot twist is if we rewind Wesley's move. So when the rook was taking pawn on e5 and the knight was standing on d5, black mainly played c6 or knight b6, but c6 was the main move because you want to keep your knight in the center. Wesley played knight to b4, and as you can see from Lukash's swap time, he did not pause for thought. So Wesley thought maybe I'm getting him surprised, and Lukash said, no mate, analyze that, and here we get the position. And it's kind of interesting because I also agree with you both. I'm very worried about Wesley, not Wesley, Lukash's king, all alone. And I have this kind of running joke when I'm teaching. I'm like, king, nervous old man. I don't know if you can have that emoji for that one, David.
Sorry. Keep going.
You know, you always have to justify your play to this nervous old man. And he's like, oh my god, I'm not that safe. Protect me. I'm weak. I'm vulnerable. And of course, you know, when there's an end game, then it comes out and steals the show. There you go. That's a nice one. And I mean, first up, there's going to have to be a lot of precise moves from Gukesh. But the fact that Gukesh is not pausing for thoughts.
Was it a Danny Ranch emoji?
Yeah, he's the oldest man I can get on the oldest avatar emoji.
You know Danny is watching this show, David.
Love you, Danny.
Hey, Danny.
I'll go nervous, not old, with this emoji. There we go.
Okay, thank you.
But I just want to follow up on your point, Ivanka. Actually, night before, I don't have a single game on my database. It's all c6, and I think one game, another move was employed, but it's not an important one. In fact, this has also been played, this pawn sacrifice, by Guy Kasparov against Vladimir Kramnik. So it does have a long history of some very, very strong players employing this pawn sacrifice. Knight b4, definitely Wesley shows preparation, Gukesh immediately responding, but that doesn't solve problems, and I think this is going to be one of those games we don't pay so much weightage to what the evaluation bar says. There's going to be practical issues for white to solve.
Yeah. First one is where to put the rook, because I reckon you can't just put your rook anywhere, because the queen wants to come out to f3, that's what I'm thinking, and also the bishop on c1 wants to come out to f4 and start covering some squares around the white king. So you've got to be precise even here. Like, do you play a tempo move such as rook to d5, which also looks really weird, but you're just doing it to gain time, or do you go rook to e1?
I think it's a 50-50. It has to be one of those two squares. I'll take Gukesh. I would never play rook d5 because I'd just be scared of trapping that rook. But Gukesh, it might be his style. Tempo play, the most ambitious move in the position. That's a full tempo. Like, either the black queen has to move. I'm not sure exactly where. Probably c8 if it moves. And then suddenly, whoa, the bar shoots up. I'm surprised it's that high. Maybe if I know it's high, it has to be f4, f5. Because otherwise quiet moves when the game goes on, but maybe f4 and shutting this bishop.
Well done, David.
But clearly, queen c8, I think I would play queen c8 against Rose, because bishop d6, I was a bit afraid that bishop f4 and nice attacking piece gets swapped off. Still would be a bit reluctant to trap my rook like this, but maybe it just runs away. Maybe it's fine for Gukesh, but not easy to take current.
Wow. And rook d5, very concrete line, right? Purely based on calculation. Intuitively, you don't want to place your rook there running out of square, but you calculate, the queen moves away, f-pawn pushing up. You see if the bishop lines itself, you end up trading a very key attacking piece. I think Gukesh, head in hand, this is what's going on in his mind right now. I just want to point out that the absolute key idea in this position for Wesley is to achieve f5. So even if we go through that line, David, where you go rook d5, I don't want to allow f4, f5 yet, bishop to d6. And now if you go f4, queen h4, just looks like disaster about to strike, right? So you definitely don't want to head in this direction. Yeah, too many loose points here. And if you go bishop f4, the question to me is, does Wesley have enough firepower to just simply sidestep the king, take this moment, pause, and say, I'm setting up f5?
It could be a really fun game,
Queen h4.
Well, I took that bishop and suddenly the eval bar shoots down. I would take that bishop every day of the week, but I think this is the type of middle game where natural moves won't cut it. Gukesh will have to show all of his calculation ability, because F5 might just be that strong.
This is so either genius, I want to say, by Gukesh, or just recklessness. Very brave opening there from the world champion. Big decisions to be made. Let's go to the bird's eye view because I want to catch up on what else is happening. And let's go around the hall and finish on Magnus, because I'm going to know after that 15-minute thing, what did Magnus come up with? But let's first check in with the other.
Spoiler, it was something really fun.
Exactly. Other games, Krakmananda against Faruja, top left to green board, that's almost a totally symmetrical position, and Krakmananda just choosing a slightly different placement for his knight. That is one of the quietest of quiet Italians, with Yokio Pianissimo. My talent's terrible, but still, that's what I would call that
Where was the hand action, David?
Yokio Pianissimo. It's so quiet. Benko bottom left, that's going to be fun. Not too many moves though. Zhu and Jun against Animovic, also a slower double P and Keto there. Very symmetrical. Zhu and Jun trying to play really efficiently. And Vincent against Yuzhinair has, I'm going to say, not quite exploded, but I think Yuzhinair has been tricked. I think she's gone into a well-known opening, full tempo down. So maybe we'll get to that one shortly as well. But okay, where do we sense the most immediate action?
Well, let's finish with Vincent Keymer against Carlsen, because what did Carlsen do? Like, he thought for ages, and it is a King's Indian at least.
You shall not be disappointed. Gotta love it. Magnus choosing the King's Indian defense means that he wants a proper fight. Any top player, whenever they play this opening, you know that they want an imbalanced position right out of the opening.
Yeah, he wants to win this one with black. He senses that if he can put on a streak now in the second half of the tournament, he's right back in the mix. And just a very quick action replay, only 6 moves for everyone at home wondering where the time was spent. Magnus on move 1 spent 3.5 minutes before playing knight f6. Probably he'd seen the reti before once or twice, but he just wanted to see what mood he was in. G3, G6, symmetry, C4. It's hard for black to always kind of maintain that symmetry. C5 will often be met by D4. White gets to the center first with a pawn break. So Magnus goes pure King's Indian, just allowing white to take the center. D4, have it all. Grunfeld players would play D5 here to challenge immediately. King's Indian players would play Magnus's move D6. And after knight C3, again, it's a crossroads, but Magnus, it's indecision from him. Paralysis, it feels like, when it comes to choosing what next. Knight D7 is a move, knight C6 is a move, C6, C5, rook E8, bishop F5, you name it, it's been played, but he hasn't played a move, and 20 minutes down.
He hasn't, and knight c6, knight pd7 are the 2 most played moves in this position, with the idea of following it up with the e-pawn. And I just want to point out the storyline, right? Throughout Norway chess this year, Magnus Carlsen has struggled on the clock. Pretty much every single round except the one where he took down the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja yesterday, where he was the one who was putting pressure on Alireza's clock. He was making those moves quickly. It wasn't just the board. He created a big deficit for Alireza to pounce on when you're down on those final few minutes. For Magnus, it feels like this is a repeat of what we saw in the first 5 rounds, going down on the clock early on, and later on it comes to bite back the world number 1. Yes, it's the King's Indian, but a really solid one. It's the Fianchetto setup that White has taken, Vincent Keymer, and I do feel that, David, it suits Vincent's style perfectly. This isn't one of those crazy King's Indian openings where we'll see black flank down, the king side, white go for the queen side, board being divided into 2 halves, but a more strategic King's Indian fight.
Right, and we're still in the realm of main lines here. You guys have indicated all these moves available. Maybe it was Magnus in the confessional saying, I could play this, 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 this. And he can, but we need him making those moves faster, because Vincent, as yet, he hasn't been surprised.
No surprise. I've seen Vincent play this setup before, so Magnus could have predicted it. I've played this for the last 10 years with White quite religiously. just against King's Indian players. They tend not to enjoy playing against the Fianchetto because they don't get those attacks, as you say, Tanya. I know you've played it, Ivanka. You played this against me once from the white side.
Ooh, how did it go?
I can't remember, but long time ago. So, I mean, everyone's played it. My point is that Magnus has seen this. It's just, he must have had an idea. Why has he gone back to that pattern that plagued the first half of his tournament, spending way too long in the opening, getting punished later in time trouble?
Yeah, completely agree. And by the way, David is such a liar. He does remember. He won. It was in Hastings. I had actually forgotten, but now suddenly it brought it all back. Thank you very much, David.
Well, but not so long ago, David and I had some battles as well. Do we remember that one, David Howell?
There's no record of it. It wasn't an official tournament, so I would deny the existence of the 2 Blitz games that Tanya may or may not have beaten me.
Where are the cameras when you need them?
I only perform when the cameras are on. You know, why bring my best when nobody's watching?
Diva Howell.
Well, okay, but
Can't spell David without diva.
I had never noticed that. And on our screens, Magnus Carlsen deep in thoughts as he decides what variation he is going to play just to unsettle Vincent. But Vincent, clearly, in his opening preparation. We are going to go on a short break. When we return, we're going to break down all of the action that is in store for us all. See you in a few minutes.
Wesley, I mean, I know you're getting a lot of talk about you being number 1 in the standings right now, but it's exciting for us as well as yourself, I think. But how much pressure comes with being number 1?
Well, no pressure at all, right? Unless you're thinking about winning the entire tournament, but absolutely no pressure at all. Because as I said yesterday, you have some bonus, you have some space for error, so absolutely no pressure. But if you start thinking about first place, about defending titles and stuff, then there's pressure. But okay, Magnus has won this event 7 times. I've never won it, so yeah, it feels weird that Magnus is not in number 1 right now, to be honest.
With Magnus's win yesterday, do you still feel like he might be your biggest competitor for winning Norway Chess?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure. He could. I mean, depending on his form, he could easily win 2 or 3 more games in Classical. He is in his best form. Yeah, depending on how he bounces back. Yeah, for sure. It's never over until there's still a lot of rounds left.
Good luck today against the world champion, Wesley. We're looking forward to the game.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So.
How are you feeling today, Anna?
Okay, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, but how do you feel like the chess has been going so far and the form you're playing at in Norway Chess right now?
It's more or less of my average form, so yeah.
Do you pay attention to the other games at all? For example, having Divya lose yesterday after being leading, Bibisara losing the day before when she's leading. Do you feel like it's a great chance to really take this to do a back-to-back win in Norway Chess?
Yeah, one win can change the whole standings and the tournament situation a lot. So, like during the games, like it depends how much time I have. If I have time, then I can follow the games. But yeah, like when it's closer to time travel, I am focused on my game.
And you have the chance now to go in and focus on your game again. And thank you so much for taking the time.
Okay.
Bibisara, I remember last time you walked in with those shoes, you played a wonderful game of chess. How much stock do you play in those?
I don't actually remember, but I hope I will play good today.
It's a tough opponent in Shu, and what have you prepped for this game, and what do you think you're going to see today?
I just want to play good chess. We played a lot in last half year, maybe 7 or 8 games, so yeah, I'm just enjoying.
We're looking forward to good chess. Thank you, Bibisara.
Thank you.
Divya, you're still in the top here, even though it was a tough day yesterday. How do you recoup going into the next round?
Well, there are still 4 rounds left, and it's not like a non-tournament that you get only 1 point for a win. Here you get 3, so I think anybody has a chance to bounce back.
Anything special prepared for today's game?
We'll find out.
I look forward to that. That's a good answer. Thank you, Divya. Good luck. Vincent, it is it's one of the toughest jobs you have as a chess player. I guess it's facing Magnus Carlsen. How do you prepare for that?
Well, same as every other day. It's not my first game against him. I know it is tough, but yeah, I mean, he's also just a chess player, so I think same rules apply to him as well.
What does it give you then? A little bit of better feeling when you exceed this tournament, also when you play against him?
Dengan YouTube Premium, nikmati tontonan tanpa iklan, offline, dan putar di latar belakang. Serta dengarkan musik bebas iklan di aplikasi YouTube Music. Yap, satu langganan 2 aplikasi. Masih banyak yang bisa ditemukan dengan Premium. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Put your money where your mouth is, push your mind a crowd is. Baby, put your hands up, we didn't set a line to see us in the papers, we don't look like common. It's a no-brainer, we already run it. I'ma take my time with it, show you what you got with it. Ooh. If you know what you are, then you already know who to try. And if you really want it all,
can't kill what I've become. I scream until I'm numb. Now with the summer skies, you're gone. There's nothing I can do or say to get to you. Now I don't know where I belong. I'm screaming at the ceiling. Every word's a twisted feeling. Feelings I can't let go. Oh, the thunder keeps calling. The raindrops won't stop falling. Falling down in a hole. clouds won't let me forget. I don't know why I let it get to me. It gets me. 'Cause I think of you every time it rains. One drop is all it takes. And it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, it's pouring, keeps pouring and pouring. I'm screaming at the ceiling. Every word's a twisted feeling. Feelings I can't let go. And the thunder keeps calling. The raindrops won't stop falling. Falling down in a I don't know why I let it get to me. It gets me.
Dengan YouTube Premium, nikmati video bebas iklan plus aplikasi YouTube Music. Satu langganan, 2 aplikasi. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Die for your dreams, running on fumes, trying to get by. Take what you need, love what you do, and you'll be alright. Some money, power, glitz and some glamour will make you happy. Will you be happy in the end? You'll be through all this pain, breaking out this place. Step outside your head tonight, bringing all your dreams to life. Money, power, glitz and glamour to make you happy. Will you be happy? Live through all this pain, breaking out this place. 秋ゆく朝太陽の下響く残響を聞いて降り注ぐ光の中立ち止まりはしないよさえずりは僕を呼ぶように緑色を背に飛び立つ鼓動が僕を呼び覚ます命果てるまでサバナ帰ろうサバナ一人じゃないよサバナ美しい世界をサバナさあ生み出すんだサバナ羽を伸ばし誰が何をとも止められやしないから焦るように駆け出して木々大ざわめいて向かう今の日々へ国籍指さサバナ帰ろうサバナ一人じゃないよサバナ美しい世界をサバナさあ生み出すんだサバナ一人じゃないよサバナ
If you wanna know what it's like, I can't stay here forever, stay here forever. Baby, I'm just keeping it real. You hold me down on the weather, down on the weather. You pull me down, 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 down. I try to turn it around, but you pull me down, 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 down. 10 feet under the ground. You pull me down, 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 down. I try to turn it around, but you pull me down, 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 down. 10 feet under the
Dengan YouTube Music Premium, dengarkan lagu bebas iklan bahkan saat kamu offline atau di perjalanan. Temukan artis dan podcast baru, serta buat playlist yang dipersonalisasi kapanpun, dimanapun. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Till you lose it all and don't give in. When in love like we're rolling, got you falling on my skin. Take a chance, this is it. Oh, nah, nah.
Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium dengan semacam tombol ini. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
Kamu lagi nonton YouTube, tapi kamu tahu nggak kalau ada aplikasi YouTube Music di mana kamu bisa dengerin playlist berdasarkan apapun moodmu? Dapatkan YouTube Music Premium.
gives out. Getting used to quiet when the noise dies down. I can see the damage when I look around, but I'm still here breathing, so I'm here for now. If I could step outside my head and tell myself what I know now. Find something you believe in. Find someone who will leave when everything you build starts breaking down. Find a place you can return to. Find a truth you can hold on to when the lights go out and you're lost somehow. It's love, 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 love. When everything's falling in and out. It's love, 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 love. That pulls you back somehow. I gave all my time to the wrong mistakes. Tried to outrun fear, but it always stayed. Every open road still feels the same, but I'm learning now it's okay to change. If I could rewind the nights, I'd tell myself I'll be alright. Find something you believe in. Find someone who will leave when everything you build starts breaking down. Find a place you can return to. Find a truth you can hold on to when the lights go out and you're lost somehow. It's love, 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 love. When everything's falling in and out. It's love, 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 love. That pulls you back somehow. Love, love. When you're barely holding on. Love, love. When the feeling's gone.
Hey, it's Dua Lipa here. Tune in to one of my favorite performances, Radical Optimism, live from Mexico City, only on YouTube.
Gembul.
Dengan YouTube Music Premium, dengarkan lagu bebas iklan di mana saja. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
I swore I'd block your number for good, but here you are texting me you up. I know exactly where this is, on your side of the bed at 3 a.m. I tell myself don't fall this time, but you say my name and I lose my mind. You're a bad idea again, but I always let you back in. Every time I say I'm done, I'm lying. You walk in the room and I stop trying. You're a bad idea again, but here I am at your door at 10. Guess I never learned my lesson. You're a bad idea again. Your friends all think I'm over this place. Mine keep telling me to walk away, but we both know how the night goes. We talk a little then lose control. I tell myself I'm stronger now, but you smile once and it all falls down. You're a bad idea again, but I always let you back in. Every time I say I'm done, I'm lying. You walk in the room and I start trying. You're a bad idea again, and here I am at your door at 10. Guess I never learned my lesson. You're a bad idea again. Maybe one day I'll actually quit, but tonight I'm not over it. You say come closer and I give in. Yeah, here we go again. You're a bad idea again, but I always let you back in. Every time I say I'm done, I'm lying. You walk in the room and I stop trying. You're a
Black can't break with c6, b5. Black can't touch the pawns. Exactly as you mentioned, maybe f3, maybe double up on the f file, put the rooks here, and then prepare for slowly. Okay, c6, b6, it matters. Once you lose that pawn, you lose the integrity of the pawn structure completely. It's just hard. Maybe Black can still play with b8, c6, b5, but that comes at the cost maybe of the a5 pawn. So I think this might be the moment. We see the question mark. Of course, the version is here. c6 has to be played with the idea of otherwise he's just sitting.
And actually, if he does get c6, b5 in, Yogi, that's big counterplay. You know, Krug's kind of put all his eggs in one basket, and the basket is called kingside right now. You break open on the left flank, you're either looking at a weakness on a4 or an a passer if you're Alireza Firouzja. c6 not only taking control of the d5 square, and I don't see how you're fighting against the move coming in, except saying, I accept my mistake, I have to plant my knight back there, and then just get ready for the complications after b5 anyway.
He has to calculate whether he can grab the a5 pawn.
And the question is of one timing, actually, because the c6 doesn't look like it's that fast a move, you know, because I understand b5 is coming, but if you just carry on with the plan of going f4, now, what is going to be the response?
Great question. Assume Black takes it, just to try and open up the white king at least. Now there's a dilemma for white to take with a rook. Risk is right. Black to try and swap 2 pieces. Or
take with the rook.
Rook.
Position. But I don't think g5 is particularly concerning because I suspect that the worst of it you can just take the knight and just live happily like in the line of the fight. I say.
Love it though. The knights are better than a rook. Like, one's coming, British 5's coming. Evolvar frustratingly says 0.0, but that, if anything, is possible for white to full compensation, and maybe Black to decide that the act.
Very interesting. And the thing is that if this was to happen, if Alireza does go for the plan of c6, b5, because of Krug's last move, we might see something like this being played out. And we know that Mr. Fish, he loves pieces, super materialistic. And the fact, as David, you're pointing out, it doesn't give a big advantage, just means that exchange sacrifice works to perfection. That knight on f5 is incredibly strong. And maybe that's what is stopping Alireza Firouzja from rushing with the only active plan he has in his position. Going on in Firouzja's mind, c6, f4.
Congratulations ahead for both of those players as they start to maneuver in order to get an opening of the line. Let's go back to our bird's eye view because you guys called it.
Dengan YouTube Premium, nikmati tontonan tanpa iklan, offline, dan putar di latar belakang. Serta dengarkan musik bebas iklan di aplikasi YouTube Music.
Knight g6 has made an appearance. And Bibisara looking like she's in control with that extra pawn. And can we revisit Ju Wenjun, Anna Muzichuk? Because that one, we saw that both sides had to be careful in order to get for Ju Wenjun to get an advantage, for Anna to maintain some of the balance.
Let's do it. Let's jump in. Ju Wenjun, who's finding late form here, late surge here at Norway Chess. A win yesterday, advantage against the defending champion today. I have to say, I really like her position right now with the bishop out to g5. You know, the queen ready to hit that knight as well. The white knight will jump to d5. That pawn on a5. You've got plans of a6. You've got plans of h5 if the black knight ever left the board from the square it's on. Rook d1 hitting the queen. Meanwhile, black just seems a lot more passive. White's rook on c4, not naturally placed, but can't be hit easily. Taking away a lot of key squares from the black queen as well. I don't know if there's a knockout immediately, but a really nice looking position here. Bishop g5, rook d1 coming in, queen f3, follow up.
Yeah, I mean, so many ideas for white. I'm really struggling to see for black. I think rook d1 is so scary here, mainly because the white knight will jump in, leap into d5 after some exchanges with some tactics that black surely has to challenge. But this does come at the cost of an uncomfortable pin. I don't see the immediate knockout for white. At least queen to f3 can be met by a defense, hitting the rook, defending the knight. So for now, I think this would limit the damage. Rook d8. Any slow move like h6 here, and white can get away with anything. Maybe you take the knight first. just slide across. All of white's pieces are so active, and okay, there's something even better than knight d5, maybe a6 first. Actually, this is very nice, and yeah, this just shows that black is facing immediate danger. This is tactically an issue for Anna Muzychuk right now.
And very interesting, because Ju Wenjun currently in third place. A win in the classical would suddenly potentially see her leapfrog into first place, and after BB Sara doesn't win.
Absolutely, and after losing 5 games, few would have predicted that, and that's just the nature of the game here at Norwich. As you know, it's up and down with the scoring system. 3 points for a classical. Speaking of nature of the game, it's all excitement on some of our other boards here.
Yeah, we got to go to Gukesh against Wesley, because that is where things are so sharp. And we were kind of looking at Rook E1 being played. It indeed has made an appearance. And then we were discussing that Wesley could still keep the game very much alive by going knight to g6. We didn't factor in pawn takes pawn, and now bishop to e6. We got to dive in and break this one down. Is Gukesh, according to the evaluation bar, is like chilling, winning, but objectively, on a practical level, that's not so easy.
Not so easy at all. Just a very quick update for everyone who was following this game closely. Rook to d8 is where we left it. Passive move. Wesley, I think it might haunt him playing b6 earlier when he didn't need to. Playing rook d8 now. Yeah, it's tempi costing this whole thing that he's doing, and he's a pawn down, so he needed to be a bit more energetic. But rook e1, f takes g4, and bishop e6 has forced the black queen back to a really awkward square on e8. I mean, the first move that comes to my mind, take the pawn back. Black is threatening knight f5 due to a pin down the e-file. The white rook is undefended, so h takes g4 would cover the f5 square sufficiently. Here, I guess you would need an answer to like knight g6, for example, and something to do with this rook. Maybe you put it on a safe square and game goes on. That would come to my mind first, but does he have something else in mind here?
You're not worried at all about the rook swooping onto f3 and hitting the queen on g3?
Didn't see it, Tanya.
You don't care about that? Rook f3, queen h4, queen g6, knight g6?
Knight g6.
Like it even more?
Yeah, knight g6, and if the queen steps forward, I mean, ooh.
Let's do it.
Mating threats. Something even better there, apparently. Maybe just h6 first. Okay, rook f3, I'm terrified suddenly.
I also was looking at queen f8 as well in that position, but anyway.
Queen f8 looks very good too. In this position, Ivanka.
Yeah. Okay, that wasn't very good then.
Well, I mean, looks fantastic for black compared to what we see in the game, at least. So, wow, rook f3 may be scary enough.
But maybe the point is that you have to take it with the bishop then. But it looks really ugly to go bishop takes pawn, but I'm just wondering, am I fighting again? Ooh, whoa.
Why is this so bad?
Bishop takes g4, bad.
Super bad.
No. Is it knight f5?
Knight f5, rook takes queen?
Rook takes queen.
Oh, rook takes rook?
Oh.
Whoa.
It's only because I see the bar that I would even dream of such things. But
that is stunning.
Okay, we've got to show why it's so bad, because if you go bishop takes knight, then the rook comes, slams in with a check, and then boom goes the room as rook h1 is checkmate.
And what's the name of this mate, Ivanka?
Doesn't have a name.
Oh.
We got to make one then.
It's the Wesley So almost mate. He could have had it if bishop takes g4 were played. That was such a hidden tactic. We do have h takes g4 though on the board. The more natural recapture. So rook f3 is the big question. I don't think knight g6 is enough. Maybe white can play f4, which I didn't really have the courage to suggest. But rook e3, putting the rook on a defended square. I accidentally also defend against rook f3. And this looks, I say fine for white, but knight e5, the game continues. But rook f3 is the pressing question. What now?
I don't think you even want to dream about lining up the queen against the black bishop. g2 would be just out of the question for me as an escape square. Rook takes pawn, maybe some other square as well. Rook e3 ideas, rook takes pawn. This looks like it just wraps up the matter. So it's between h4 and h2. And I thought h4 is just the most natural move, but it gets hit by the knight. So can we check out what happens? And the bar just says that that line works to perfection. You keep chasing the queen. Is queen h2 the way to go?
Must be right. Process of elimination. Weird square, like
super weird.
Yeah, if black's queen, rook, and knight was somehow more active, this would just be a winning attack for Wesley, but they're not. Hey, maybe Ivanka's queen f8, I quite like.
we have. There's also what's wrong with knight g6 as well. That looked quite. But let's go knight g6 first. Oh no, hang on, knight g6. There is no uncovered because the rook on e1 is unprotected.
And you're also threatening rook f6.
Yes.
Winning the bishop. Knight f8, winning the bishop.
Mm-hmm. Why is white so much better here? Is there some funny business? Well, there might be some funny business with knight e4, but there isn't.
Yeah, this is very mysterious. Is it? I hesitate to suggest, but is it just getting greedy?
Oh wow, that's gutsy. Brave, David Howell.
Brave, but also maybe just foolish. Oh, it's definitely not that move.
Maybe you just take and go rook h3.
Rook f3's on the board.
Guess what?
Oh,
it's appeared.
Yes.
And we saw big danger, right? Red alert here. The queen h4
and
would be a game-changing mistake.
Yes, the bar just dropped straight down. And it is the more natural move to make. Queen h2 is not a happy square for the queen. And the thing is, Gukesh has no idea that white is clearly better here. He's just playing this on human instinct. And I ask everyone, on human feelings, human evaluation, how safe are you feeling right now with the white pieces?
Not at all. In 28 minutes, he does find the best square. He had to. I think that would have been quite an easy choice, considering he had been calculating for a while. Wesley just adjusting his rook. I thought he was going to bring his rook back maybe to f6. Suddenly, that caught my eye. And then coming to h6 and
nice.
In. But no, he just touched it to adjust the piece.
Shadoob.
Shadoob.
Wow, so many moves with so many threats. Okay, so did we...
No, we thought knight g6 was very dangerous, but Davis just suggested rook f6, which actually has a dual idea, right? Your knight g6 coming next hits the bishop, and rook h6 comes in with an x-ring checkmating attack.
That one I'm not so worried about because I think g5 is going to be really dangerous. And no, it's... Well,
queen g6, hit the bishop, hit the pawn.
Yes.
Wow, this is so wild, this position.
Wild. I love it.
Pins galore. I was trying to make some sacrifices work, like if the rook moves, I can't quite get it to work, but like some kind of queen takes h7, rook h4, checkmate, but g6 is currently g6 is currently an escape square for the black king. But yeah, I guess white white would have other ways to win this one, but okay, rook f6.
I want to ask you both a question right now. You're playing this position with the white pieces, you're up a pawn. In your head, are you better? Are you worse? Or do you think that this is just a crazy position, I'm just going to focus on my next move? What's going on in your mind?
As white, I'm playing for survival, hoping that I'm still a pawn up when the dust settles. With Wesley, I'm just playing for mate. I'm going for mate. I'm saying, okay, I'm a pawn down, I'll lose an endgame, so I have to deliver that killer blow.
And for me, at first it was panic, I must admit. It was sheer unadulterated panic. I was like, oh my God, you mean I see so many things happening? And now I'm like, as white, I would be thinking, actually, the most dangerous piece that's been proven time and time again is this bishop on c6. And you can rely on the law of exchange to help you, right? So if you go rook f6, bishop d5, surely I'm getting away with everything now. Those bishops are traded off.
Oh, that is a great move. Great move. Suddenly I changed my mind. Rook f6, I hate. Wesley can't allow this. The pin is really annoying, and yeah, you can't even take the bishop because suddenly black is tied in knots.
That is a great resource actually in the position. But I just want to finish both of your thoughts. I think I'm completely with you. If I'm white, I'm thinking about dinner already because this is gone out of control. I'm definitely getting checkmated on h1 one day.
Yeah, I mean, if rook f6 doesn't work, knight g6, we didn't come to a full conclusion. We've had a suggestion from secret grandmaster Bick in the control room just down here, and he said, how about rook e2? Since the white rook being undefended has been the source of many tactics. Rook e2, I quite like that idea. Ideally, we wanted the rook on e3, but impossible there because rook trade and the bishop would drop off, so rook e2.
Makes a lot of sense.
The bar doesn't hate it. Good move.
Bishop d5 coming in next. Ooh, knight g6 on the board. We're going to find out.
Wow, knight g6. Is it...
Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Wow.
Bick's got the right idea. But there's a better move. King f1 defending. That is difficult. So difficult.
It's so tough. And I think it's sort of, again, that one move, many grooves kind of a thing where you defend your rook and you're also making a case of sidestepping any checks of that black knight. You know, you're saying there's nothing going to be on f3, there's going to be nothing on h3. And you just put the king on a very counterintuitive but a safer square.
King F1. Guys, we're having a roll with the prediction game. Do we think that King F1 will appear?
Yes.
Whoa,
David says yes. Tanya.
So Gukesh finds King F1?
Yes.
Wow. I believe in Gukesh. I'm with David on this. I think he plays King F1. And I think if he does it, I'm going to tip my hat to that. I think King F1 is just an incredible move. To use your king to defend itself, to save the rook, to line up bishop d5.
Oh, I would so like to see in which direction his eyes are pointing to.
Yeah.
Like, is he looking at the king?
He'll look at his king anyway because he's almost getting mated in so many variations. But I think he gets there because of the type of player he is. He's a calculator. Like, he'll go process of elimination. Like, there's so many threats on the e-file. Like, he can't move his... oh, there we get the I-cam. He can't move his bishop. The white knight doesn't really have any good moves. The rook on d4, taking on d6 is the only other option. The queen can't move. So I think he has to. He's looking at...
It's either rook e2 or King F1.
He's looking in that direction, right?
He is.
It's down.
And I have to say, rook e2 is also very attractive with the same idea. Just defend that rook, move the bishop the next move. It's between these two and the I-cam that we had, thanks to Bick. It felt like it was between these squares that his focus was on.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Can we investigate why King F1 is so much better than Rook E2?
Let's do it.
Because we saw a big drop in the evaluation. So first up, let's deal with Rook E2.
Before David, you take it over, my guess is it has something to do with a knight check arriving at one of either the f3 or the h3 square.
I think you're right, but I did just take a peek. I was a bit naughty there, turn on the engine just for a sec, and these are the two best moves. It has to be about defending this rook, so that's why I'm very relatively confident that he's going to play King F1. But yeah, Rook E2, let's start with that one. Tanya, you're saying a check. There are threats now, Bishop D5, getting out of the way, discovered attack against the queen. One idea we mentioned earlier is Knight to E5. I'm trying to get to that square that you are predicting the check from. Let's say the white bishop. I mean, now if it moves, black can immediately take, for example, take that bishop, and there's a check. So maybe this is the reason with the family fork, the royal forking problem here for white. That's the reason, perhaps, that King F1, I'm hoping the bishop F5 works here. I'm not sure. Is it playable? Bishop F5 is playable. There we go. So there is a concrete reason. And white saves the bishop while gaining a tempo to threaten mate. And if black reacts, hits the bishop, for example, then I think white's safe. Okay. White's... Oh wait, same idea.
Rook takes
takes
knight.
With rook takes knight, yes.
Same idea, different order. Rook takes knight. Nice spot, Jovanka.
Oh, okay, we've got to show that one out to its completion because that is beautiful. Rook takes rook, queen takes pawn, king has to move, and now we start checking the king.
Do we check the king or do we...
Oh, okay.
Check and win the bishop?
Yeah, maybe just check and win the bishop because I don't know if this is mate. If this is mate... Oh, it is. How was white winning this?
In a very complicated way that's not entirely obvious.
Okay, also winning. Oh, just turn it on. White, knight d5 apparently. D5. Attack goes on. The black king isn't super safe, but yeah, I think the easiest one may be queen e6 check and then just take the bishop and two pieces for a rook.
Yeah. Okay, come on, Gookie. You gotta find King F1 right now. I mean, this gets really complicated if you allow knight e5. You don't go g6, but all the other ideas of rook takes bishop after bishop f5 look incredibly scary. He finds it, Yovi.
Yeah, well, I got a big question, right? If you do not spot King F1, Rook E2, is white busted?
Good question.
Answer is no. Third best move g5, but...
Oh, he's playing that.
No one's playing it.
No.
I think I suggested it at some point, but it's a different way. different position.
It does stop rook f6. I guess that's the only reason. And I do still see, not right now, but queen takes h7, rook h4, swinging across some kind of checkmating attack.
Oh, now knight e5 is even more attractive. You want that g6 square for your king.
Yeah, and after knight e5, apparently the best move here. Only way, well, not only way, but...
Gukesh is down to 22 minutes on the clock as well. And he's got 13 moves to make.
If he finds it, he's got a big advantage. Like, this might be the critical moment in the game, V1, where if he finds it, the rest, the other tactics fall into place. If he doesn't find it, then the clock is a massive issue.
The king has to leave fork down. Get out of the way, defend your rook, hide against any checking ideas on f3. Gukesh, he's looking at that direction. It's between king f1 and rook e2.
Well, our panel are very confident that Gukesh will find this very sly king move. Gukesh...
It's a world champion move.
It is a world champion move. It's also a move that you make when you're in calculating mode and you don't care about the principles. I think it's good that we go to the bird's eye view, but keep an eye on that game on the top right. Will Gukesh find the winner? That is king f1. We'll let out a cheer if he does.
And talking of winning moves, Jovanka, critical moment on the bottom right board. We'll just slide down one. That's the red board. And maybe we jump in because Bibisara is suddenly winning. She's a full piece up. She's won King of the Hill already because the white king is sitting pretty in the center on d4. But she has to deal with a dual threat, rook e5, rook d6, something to win this bishop. Does she just move her king? Does she bring one of her rooks across to kind of prepare to defend that piece? What do we think? How close, how easy, straightforward is the winning sequence now?
Feels like it should be quite trivial, right? Both the moves that you pointed out, develop the rook, move the king sideways if the bishop comes under attack. I don't really see a way for black to regain material in this position. Not even a single pawn to boot right now. For Bibisara Asubayeva, she's about to stretch her lead. She does go with the idea of rook to d1. If rook d6 or rook e5, you simply go king to c4. And this might just be handshake soon. For Zhu Jina, where's her counterplay? Where is the way to keep the game going? Not even a single pawn to boot.
No, I mean, as you guys have indicated, you double up against the bishop. You just sidestep with the king. And the king can remain in close contact with the bishop.
Wow. And I just want to investigate because we did see a brilliant move, a couple of brilliant moves from Bibisara. Let's just quickly go back. We left it with king to e2. I just want to discover how Zhu Jina, how it went downhill so quickly. She is a pawn down, but after f6, knight g6, a brilliant way of counterattacking the black bishop while defending her own bishop. Rook to d8 was played. We saw an exchange, knight back to f4, saving that piece now. e6 is hanging if the d4 pawn is captured, but knight c6, knight takes e6, beautiful tactic. And rather than try to just defend a pawn down, which she probably should have done, Zhu Jina, she fell into this tactical sequence. King e3, bishop takes d5, question mark, king takes d4, and the problem is now going back with her bishop doesn't work. Bishop c4 would be a deadly pin. So bishop takes e4, she gave up the piece, and I think just a miscalculation, bishop d5. The fact that her king was on a light square came back to haunt her.
And Bibisara has been so incredibly alert. You know, she mentioned she won the first game and hasn't won a single classical after that. I think all of that changes today. Yovi David, breaking news.
Ooh.
Gukesh plays king f1. It's on the board. He found it.
He finds it. World champion move. Catania said king f1 played by the world champion. Everything is now covered. And that is the move to net Gukesh a significant advantage.
Brilliant. Just incredible. He is such a good player, Gukesh. I think especially this type of position suits his style, where it's a little bit on the messy side, but there is a lot of calculation to be done. He's got something to cling on to, so he doesn't have to go hunting for the chances. He doesn't have to create too much himself. He's already a pawn up, and he can consolidate with difficult moves that you can only find through a process of elimination, like king f1. He's world champion for a reason, Gukesh. People might have forgotten it was 2024. What a year he had, and it's because he was finding moves like this constantly. And he's got great chances now against Wesley.
Yeah, winning the candidates at 17, winning an Olympic gold at 18, and then the world champion at 18. What was his tweet, Yovi? The 18th at 18, the youngest ever.
The youngest ever, and just turned 20. We'll see what this new decade brings for him. But at the minute, it looks like he's in fantastic shape against Wesley So. And if Wesley loses in the classical, then again, it is a free-for-all as to who will perhaps even overtake him.
And we saw that Gukesh was about to reach for the bishop. I think he's about to pull it back on that f5 square. That's the top right board, threatening a checkmate in one, now on the h7 spot there. And Yovi, to your point, a classical win will not only shake up the top of the leaderboard, but the bottom as well. Suddenly, Gukesh is in the mix.
Yeah, he will move to 9.5 points. And just to remind everyone of the standings, Wesley is currently at the top with 11.5 points. He's been chased down by Ali Reza on 10, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, 2 wins in a row in Classical, and Gukesh could be in first place. So it all has to start here. He has to take down the leader if he wants a chance to win this tournament. He's not going to get a better chance than this. Pawn up against Wesley, so now with a safe-ish king as well. And here to remind everyone at home, this is the leaderboard. Gukesh not quite at the bottom, but one of the tail enders, and he will do everyone a favor by taking down Wesley if he can get that finishing touch on now, and he'll blow the race wide open. Bibisara on the other hand is going to be in the lead, assuming she converts her extra piece today, as we saw against Zhu Jinan. The others just have to try and keep pace.
Bibisara looks like she's all set to extend that lead with that win. But right now, the biggest questions are for the tournament leader in Norway chess. A checkmate in one being threatened. Is this the moment that you're looking at giving up your exchange if you're black? For Wesley, so he's got extra time on the clock. I think he has to start playing quickly to put pressure on Gukesh's clock as well. But it's such a difficult position to make quick moves, because every move, high responsibility, high cost.
Right, and actually, looking at this position, we got to this, and because checkmate is being threatened, the path for Wesley to tread is actually very narrow. What can he do? If he goes g6, we saw we have problems with the sacrifice, so that means that h6 is the only try, and that's not pretty.
Checkmate threatened. I had a suggestion, but I don't think it quite works. Queen takes, it's simply g6, h6, or you sack the material. I don't think he will even dream of playing a move like Queen G8, way too passive. H6, I think, as we point out, is the best. For anyone who's just joining, G6, dealing with the mate threat, would lose on the spot due to the brilliant Rook takes E5, and the Black Queen simply overloaded. The White Queen swoops in, check, and another check will pick up the bishop. So we saw this. H6 game goes on, but I wanted to suggest a Queen sacrifice because we saw something similar earlier. Rook takes bishop. Eval Bar doesn't like it. I really wanted to play knight f3. Again with the fork, something we saw earlier, giving up the queen and just calmly taking back. Black would be a whole queen down for just a bishop. But yeah, there is a threat of rook e1 in some lines. There is a threat on the queen, on the rook.
Are you just making a case that you moved the queen away and you're saying, sure, give me a check on e1. I'm going to go with g2 and I'm going to just start fighting and running away with my king. Maybe take on these... Ooh.
Take on d4, or maybe I can...
No, I wanted to take on d6 with the queen, but yeah, this looks good. This...
Yeah.
That would have been perpetual, so queen takes d6 he wanted to play.
Oh, but doesn't help.
Check. Maybe I have a draw here with a knight. Coming back and forth between f3 and g5, no matter where you go.
Please show where I shouldn't go.
Definitely shouldn't go to h5 for many reasons. There's checkmate in one. There's also various ways to delay it. Just bishop e8 first. Bishop e8 first.
Can you not be nasty and just give the checkmate in one already?
There's g6 first, but yeah, rook g5. Okay, if you insist, Tanya. End the misery. The king has ventured too far. So, okay, we haven't refuted it yet. This queen sacrifice.
Oh, that's a very creative idea. So
okay, let's work through the candidate moves. What about queen h5?
But
let's do it. Let's do the checks again.
Advantage. Okay, check. Now check. I say check. I mean, also tempting to take this rook. But I guess any capture, the white knight will throw itself in the way. No more fun. So rook g1 check.
Have to come up the board.
Yeah, this is really clever, Jovanka, because...
But you lose the queen? Oh, I know what Jovanka wants.
Oh, not this way. King g3, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to go rook takes d6.
Yes.
That was it.
That was stunning.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether it was stunning.
It is. You're hitting the bishop in checkmate?
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. Beautiful line.
Beautiful. White's going to be up at least a pawn or two come the end of this variation. I don't know why king on g4 wasn't winning, but king on g3 is. Chess is mysterious.
Is it because you'll have rook h4, rook d4?
Maybe.
Yes.
So I wanted to go here, and in this position, rook check.
Oh, no.
But the bishop is still hanging in that line. Maybe it's something to do with a fork, like knight e5, when rook takes c6 happens.
You just move.
Rook h6. No,
but
d8 is
checkmate.
checkmate. Sorry.
Checkmate is still.
Sorry.
What is this engine seeing?
Ooh,
that is
g6.
beyond our eyes?
That's good. No, g6, f6.
g6.
Ooh,
No, g6. Yeah.
f6?
6. But now the rook's defended, so there is time for a check.
No, you go. Yes.
And get your king out.
Yep.
Oof. This is a minefield, a tactical, like this skirmish that's about to happen. Like, I think Gukesh has worked something out, but it's terrifying.
Especially when you have about 19 minutes on the clock and there's no increment and you still have 11 moves remaining.
Yeah, and that was really scary, and it felt like there were so many variations. It's definitely, I think, a very good practical try. So let's run through that one more time. Rook takes bishop.
Gotta take it.
Knight fork.
Do we have anything alternative? No, we don't. So rook takes queen, you've got to do that. And
queen h5 is what you said.
There's also another move. If I want to play it simple. Rook takes d6. I don't even want to suggest this, but rook takes d6.
Okay.
No, that's bad.
Queen drops with a check and black saves. I like the idea though, and keeping it simple. I mean, queen h5, very non-simple. That's very difficult. But how about go for it, Jovanka?
I was going to say the knight is trapped on h. Can we use that fact? No, but I'm like just
maybe.
What do you call it?
Spitballing ideas.
Yes.
I really want to save our queen. I actually really like queen h5. I just think that why give your queen with a check? I see that there's something stronger. The bar suggests that there's objectively a better move.
It's funny, I've taken a peek, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay,
but
is it findable?
It's findable.
Is it?
Gukesh finds this.
But do you think we head this way? Do you think that, what are the chances we see? Oh, okay,
we don't.
he goes h6 though.
h6, we'll catch up with that. Just for everyone at home, I will reveal, because this is extremely difficult, but Gukesh would have found this. Queen attacked, rook attacked. What do? You move neither, and you just defend the queen. King g2, getting out of any checks. The knight should take the queen. If he takes the rook, then the white knight blocks. White has the extra queen. But when the queen is captured now, no need to bother about trapping it. Just take it immediately, and white's just a pawn up in the endgame.
Easy. King g2 would have obviously happened.
Oof.
Everyone and their cat finds it.
But that would have been such a cool variation. I think in Blitz that would work for black, because King g2 is, well, it takes a bit of time to spot, but h6, Wesley finally realizing that was tempting, but not quite enough. So h6, game goes on. It's still only a pawn and still quite messy, this position.
Very messy position, as there's tremendous risk for both sides. Let's pause from this one and let's go to Vincent against Magnus. Because earlier on we just said Magnus, less space, potentially unpleasant position, and it's still the case that he has less space. Vincent going for your plan of going e4, but going for queen to c8, setting up a battery, hitting pawn on h3, that's something that you've been mentioning, David, as a plan.
Yeah, typical idea. That whole bishop d7 very early from Magnus. This is a tempo gainer, and I played this a lot with white. I mentioned that earlier with my long stories. I've played this system so many times. When I first started playing the Fianchetto lines back in the mid-2010s, like 2015, 2016, I lost a lot of games with white because I never really knew how to deal with the kingside attack. Somehow white's king is a bit airy, and I mean, the way you want to deal with this is to play king h2. But suddenly I'm seeing ideas like rook to e5.
Oh wow!
I was going to suggest rook to a5 originally to try the same idea to swing over, but maybe white can throw a knight in the way. That one's complicated, needs to be worked out. But rook e5, and I lost to English Grandmaster Luke McShane so many times, especially in Blitz and Rapid, because I couldn't, even when I was doing well objectively, I couldn't deal with these types of sudden switches in momentum. And black bringing a third piece into the attack. This could be uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, but I think the most uncomfortable thing in this position, in this game, has got very little to do with what's going on the board. Magnus is down to under 25 minutes with 22 moves remaining. That's barely a little bit over than a minute over a move right now for Magnus. And every single minor piece on the board, no trades have happened. I don't see any direct way of forcing lines, forcing sequence of moves where we're going to go into an easy endgame to navigate if you're black. Magnus, whether he plays rook e5 or not, whether we see king h2 or maybe different ways to defend this, I think for Vincent, the clock is his ally.
Yeah, the clock is definitely Vincent's ally here, especially as Magnus ticks down and he has to take those decisions. But the decision to be first made is by Vincent, how to defend the pawn on h3. And he doesn't note play king h2 automatically, which is a move that I would expect to be played like almost instantly.
Yeah, and the problem is, what else if not king h2? King h2 looked fine, although the eval bar slightly edged in black's favour. H4 is always a reluctant move. Here the black knight will jump into g4, remove the dark square bishop. He plays g4 instead, the third of the options. This is such a high responsibility move. There's going to be sacrifice ideas later. There's going to be h5 to deal with later. But he has, for now, clamped down on that king side, making the bishop and queen feel a bit silly. So Magnus needs some kind of attack later.
I would be very tempted if I'm black in this position and I know the number of moves I have to make with no increment to first just trade the entire queen side. Get pawn takes pawn in, get rook takes rook in, and then I really like the idea of playing h5. Of asking some questions to that pawn that just move forward. You take pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, h3 is super weak. Magnus, he does take a decision. I think he's just trying to get some moves in at this point. Trade off as much as you can and then strike on the other side of the board.
Great call, Tanya. And yeah, sometimes there are tactics as well against the rook sitting on a1 with the bishop on the long diagonal. So we'll
Are you
see.
ever taking with a knight? Ever? Ever?
I actually wrote a newspaper article about knights on a1. It happened. It happened twice at the candidates. A knight on a1. First, Fabi put a knight on a1 and lost to Anish Giri. Really instructive game. One of the final few rounds there. And then in the last round, Fabi learned from that. He was on the other side, forced Yesipenko's knight to a1, never let it out, won a game.
And also there's a funny Vaikensay story about that. So Hans Ray also put his knight on a1 and it wasn't a good knight on a1. So a club decided to call themselves the Knight a1 Club in honor of this terrible knight. Hans Ray did not approve.
And Vincent Keymer doesn't improve. He does recapture with the rook, but now you need to watch out for all the ideas around the longest diagonal on the board, where the bishop and g7 nicely lined up against that rook. My eyes are now shifted towards that right flank. The move that you mentioned, h5, feels like the most critical move in this position. Everything eyeing the g4 pawn, asking for a decision on it. And you simply go f3 to keep things consolidated.
Yeah, probably f3. I guess he can calculate g5 as well, but that's asking for some sacrifices. And Magnus asks the question. You're going to find out, Tanya. A great move, and why not? Why not just nudge white on the side he's slightly weaker? And that's why I was talking about like rapid and blitz. This is uncomfortable for white. Vincent has 42 minutes, so probably finds a way to defend, keep control. But yeah, suddenly it's black creating some kind of initiative.
Keymer has to go ahead in hands and calculate all the lines and always look at the king side with one eye on that rook on a1. You know, any ideas of the black knight capturing on e4, for example, in these kind of positions, not only eyeballing the g4 pawn, once that knight from f6 moves away, huge pressure on the diagonal. Vincent Keymer has to be tactically very aware.
And like I said, it's a change of approach here from white. You know, g5, that's very ambitious, very, very risky. I don't think we'll be seeing that from Vincent. I think instead he's going to go for a move that you two have been pounding the table for, f3, lock it down. But
can we check g5? Because I know why you're hesitant to go towards it. It's all the sacrifices on h3, bring the queen into g4, take that bishop.
And
it
I'm
looks
worried
really
about
scary.
the light square. So yeah, we can look at it, but I don't think that Vincent's going to play it. But go bishop takes h3.
Boom.
I knew it. I knew that Yobi wanted this.
Yes.
Knights are overrated anyway. Like, who needs a knight? Especially if the knight would be on g8. Who needs that piece? Go for the king.
Okay, pawn takes knight. In for the penny, in for the pound.
And now if you go queen g4, there's at least f3.
Yes.
Defending the bishop with the queen.
But this bishop takes bishop instead. And that one is slightly concerning. And I'm being British with the slightly.
Very polite.
Just a little bit.
Just a little
Tiny
bit.
tad bit right there.
A wee bit interesting. Okay, king
White's getting
f1.
checkmated on the other side.
King f1, a la Gukesh.
Yeah, but I was also worried about Yeah, there's some checks, but I'm worried about like a Frenchy thing happening with h5, h3.
Why is it a Frenchy thing?
Because they do this in the French.
Oh, just like give up pieces for the h-pawn.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay.
Well, they don't give up the whole army, but they definitely go bishop takes pawn, and then I'm thinking h4, h3.
Nice.
Bishop takes pawn, and yeah, just white is a bit tied up. Like on this diagonal, there's some issues. Not sure where the white rook goes. Knight e5, knight f3. This is maybe even more of an initiative than Wesley was able to generate, and just at the cost of 1 point, piece for 2 pawns. Yeah, the h-pawn's a menace. This is how I'm getting trauma flashbacks. This is how I lost so many games when I first started playing this system with white. I don't think Vincent can allow this, or at least in practical terms, he might live to regret it. So f3.
Yeah. Ooh, and he does it just as you say. So g5, too terrifying, even if objectively it was the best move in the position, but as a human you just don't want to walk into those lines, allowing the black queen forward. Magnus Carlsen ready with his response. Trades on g4. You take capture towards the center. Now also threatening ideas if you're white. I know wishful thinking, but king f2, rook h1, bishop h6, line up the queen and the rook, and then give checkmate.
I think it's more than wishful thinking. I think it's very plausible. Barring there be no sacrifice on g4, why not? I would be looking in that direction as well.
Oh, this has been such a well-played game by both sides. I've got to praise them both. Magnus is currently on 99.2% accuracy. Vincent's on a mere 98.5% accuracy, but both players playing fantastic chess. I think, though, like, Magnus doesn't have to worry about being cramped anymore, like with rooks off the board. His pieces actually have some harmony, so he's been playing great, Magnus, ever since maybe that slightly suspicious opening. And yeah, Vincent up on time, no issues yet. He just has to watch out for all these knight takes g4 sacrifices in the near future.
And maybe that's the point of this last move that Magnus played, right? It discourages Vincent from the plan of the king left, get the rook to the h-line, try to threaten some checkmating ideas. Knight takes pawn, and so many of those positions will come with a check and a fork.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a position now where both sides have their chances, and it's getting close to that time where the clock starts ticking down and the pressure is on for our players. So we're going to take a quick break. Now's the perfect time to stock up on your drinks, your cups of coffee, your cups of tea, and just get motivated and get sharp for what is to come ahead. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. It's round 7, and it is an exciting one as always. Norway Chess, the home of fighting chess, and we have 2 empty chairs. You can see from the kings that it is our first decisive result of the day. Bibisara Asalbaeva defeating Zhu Jiner, netting a full 3 points, and that has significant impact on the standings. It means that Bibisara will be consolidating her lead at the top. That is, unless her closest rival Divya Deshmukh manages to win. And looking at the evaluation bar, is saying to us that Divya is also well on track on getting the 3 points.
And then
Go on, Tanya.
she gets those 3 points, and then Bibisara still maintains that lead going into that next round before another rest day. I mean, Bibisara so far has been the player who's dominated Norway chess women, getting that first round win in, keeping the lead throughout, losing it briefly for 1 round to Divya. For Divya to keep the chase alive, to stay as close as possible, she needs to win a game, and she's made quite a few inroads.
She's certainly made a big inroad, and we can actually hear direct from Bibisara on her emotions after winning such an important game.
Wow, what a game today. This was a dominant performance.
Yeah, I think it was a strange game because I have big advantage after the opening by time and by position, but then I missed her bishop d6, and I think it was around equal. Maybe I have a little bit better position, but yeah, I don't know what she blundered, but maybe after bishop d5 she can't play rook d6. Yeah, instead she need to play, I think, rook e7, d takes e6, bishop c6, f3, f5, and it's around equal.
Are you happy with the chess you're playing these days?
I'm not very happy how I played because I think if I will play better after reopening, I will have big advantage instead of blundering.
But you do have the shoes, so they give the extra luck at the end, right?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Thank you so much, Bibisara.
Bibisara in red with the fire and the lucky shoes.
I want those Chanel shoes. What do we got to do for those shoes, Yovi?
And a lot of money.
Need a raise is what we need.
We definitely do. I'm sure there's someone out there Googling how much those shoes cost. I remember when it was Alireza wearing some really nice tops. People were doing that every day during most of his tournaments. Gucci Reza, exactly. But in the meantime, someone else playing really stylish chess is Divya Deshmukh. And Queen A8, what a stylish move that would be. That would be such a difficult switchback, I would say, because her queen only just landed on A2 a couple of moves ago. But it's all about the light squares. We're seeing several instances this round of the side who are trying to fianchetto or pushing their g-pawns suddenly getting targeted around their king. And she's a pawn down. She needs to find this to get the advantage. It's a dual threat move, hitting the knight, but also threatening bishop into e4, hitting the white queen, hitting the rook. All of white's pieces are targets. What do we think the odds are of Divya finding this move to seize that big advantage?
She'll see the move, no doubt. But she'll be thinking, well, hang on a second, isn't white just simply going to go knight e1 and everything is connected and protected?
Great call, Yovi. Like knight e1. I think she'll continue that variation by taking the bishop. And like we were talking about, Norwegian cheese, Swiss cheese, the cheese with the holes in it, whichever one it is, knight g5, maybe heading into those gaping chasms here on the king's side. She's played queen a8. Update. Brilliant move. Great move from Divya.
And
And it's also a defensive move because we see an idea that we were talking about in another game, David Howell, that you had pointed out. White had set up with that last move, Humpy retreating the rook. The idea of knight jumping to g5 to win the dark squared bishop. Again, threats of that pawn on h7 being tender in this position. Let's show that. Knight g5 and suddenly white is right back in the game. You take that knight, you take that bishop. You're screaming for a bishop pair in an open position, and suddenly it's everything to play for with the bishop lining up at the center of the board. So queen to a8, not only coming in with a threat, but fighting against the counterplay that Humpy had set up.
Beautiful. And funny how these patterns keep echoing each other throughout this round. But bishop e4, massive threat, game-winning threat, bishop f3 as well. Yeah, let's just follow that through, because can Humpy hope to survive this? This just looks so strong. A knight in f3, knight in h3.
Well, I guess you have to grit your teeth.
Yeah.
Move your rook out of the way, and then when the knight comes to give a check, you protect the pawn. So, for instance, knight f3, king h1, and well, this is really, really, really bad.
That bishop on c1. Just compare all of black's pieces to the white counterpart. Yes, you have an extra pawn, but who even cares about pawns with that bishop on c1, the rook on b1?
I mean, look at all of black's pieces, just much more active. I'll leave the rook in f8. That's not yet in the action, but these pieces way more active than
Actually,
the white
can you
ones.
just kind of clinch it by putting your rook onto d8? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because if that rook hadn't been there on d1, you can go knight e1, and that would be the end.
Ooh, just to show, and if white takes the time out, play b3. Whoops. Beautiful. Every time I commentate with Judith Polgar, she's always like hitting me with knight e1 tactics. Yovi, it's your turn.
Why, thank you. Although it wasn't the best move, though, according to the engine.
Looks good enough. But yeah, instead of rook to d8 in that position, I mean, knight e1's the most logical move. Maybe queen d1 as well. But let's say knight e1. Yeah, what would have been the strongest move?
91 on the board, so we might see this happen.
Okay, played by Humpy.
A trade on g5 on g2, and the knight jumping to g5, aiming for those light squares. Looks like a very natural follow-up for Divya right now.
I really wanted to get something like knight h3, and if the king goes to h1, I just wanted to show off and play something like queen e4. Oh wow, it does work. Okay, queen e4. And queen f3 was also probably very good, but just to show there are tactics. I feel like I'm underselling it a bit for black here, but black wins back her pawn and still with a big advantage. So, okay, we'll see. Knight e1. Divya feels like she's on the brink of at least keeping pace with Bibisara.
And that would be quite a comeback win for Divya after the last couple of days here in Oslo. Beautiful position. It's also a very Divya position and something that Humpy is not enjoying at all. To be under attack, to be under pressure, to be low on the clock with 20 moves remaining and 12 minutes to defend a very scary looking attack on the king's side.
It is very scary indeed. In fact, the valuation bar is telling us that Humpy is objectively lost. We'll see whether Divya manages to find knight g5. It's very much in her style. Let's move away from this one and go back to that super sharp game between Gukesh and Wesley, because Wesley has been in the tank for a while, but he's just made a move.
Yeah, breaking news. Wesley So is going for it. He's sacrificed the exchange, and now an only move for Gukesh to keep the advantage. We have to do a quick action replay. We last left it after bishop f5, threatening mate, was met by h6. Gukesh thinking, made a small mistake. Here he had plenty of options. Apparently, rook takes d6 would have been a good sacrifice, winning the knight afterwards, although this is difficult. Queen h4, as we'll see in a moment, maybe a better square for the white queen, but this was tough. He played knight d5, very natural move, trying to blunt the strong dark, the black bishop here, the light square bishop on c6. Rook takes f5, played by Wesley, and now queen f7, double hit, both on d5, f5, but more importantly, I think, knight f3. We've talked about that fork before, that's going to hit all the pieces. And now queen h4, the only way for Gukesh. Everything's hanging, and what do? You counterattack against the black rook. Tanya, do you think he'll spot it?
Big question. He has to do it really fast. It's not just about this move, but the next 9 moves that he'll probably be needed to be accurate right now. Queen h4, I'm trying to look a bit into the future ahead here. You hit the rook, not giving black the time to capture the knight or the pawn. Rook to e8 or rook to f8, one of these two moves. You still haven't solved the problem of knight f3, or bishop takes knight, or queen takes pawn. How are you fighting against all these 3 threats with one single move?
This is difficult. I mean, I've just taken a peek. Apparently, queen to e4, pinning, self-pinning, you name it. At least something on the e-file. This is so insanely counterintuitive and so difficult for a human. Gukesh has 10 minutes for 10 moves, or 9 moves now. I think queen h4 is findable, but the follow-up is incredibly difficult. And queen h4, the idea in some lines is to play knight e7 as well. That's difficult.
The problem with queen h4 is that you get the feeling that you're still not hiding against knight to f3. You're still placing the queen on a vulnerable spot.
Yes.
So your mind isn't going in that direction. The only argument you can make for it is that it comes with a tempo.
But you know one thing? I think queen h4 is findable, and maybe even queen e4, because everything else loses material. You know, literally, like as you mentioned, Tanya, knight f3 is coming, and you can't do anything about that. So if you drop the knight back, do we have a move?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh God, Gukesh has got to be feeling the pressure on the clock now, reaching the 9-minute mark, about a minute per move for the world champion. You can't move the knight out of the center of the board. You've got to find a square for the queen. The blue arrow says only move to keep the advantage. Does Gukesh find it?
The computer points out that queen h1 is maybe the next best. Really ugly self-pin, just to defend the knight, just to control f3. I think maybe he'll play a move like queen g2 or queen h1, just because those do cover the squares, but that would allow Wesley back in the game, and White would have a clumsy construction, loose pieces all over the place. Gukesh there looked at his score sheet nervously. He knows it's 9 moves to make in a really, really topsy-turvy position. No stability at all.
So much about nerves right now, as much as calculation. It's anything but a simple position and a simple problem to solve. It's not just finding queen h4, it's finding the next move, and the next one after that. You put the queen there, black side steps with the rook, you line up your queen around those 1 million pins that you pointed out. Black can get the queen forward to h5. I'm still not seeing this as line over. It's not a great move, but it looks scary. Queen h3 check coming in.
Yeah, and maybe actually in this position, if rook to f8.
He goes queen g2. He goes the wrong way.
Wow. Double question mark, apparently. That's not because it's a losing move, but it isn't the best. The advantage is gone. For the first time in this game, or at least since the opening, Wesley is back on level footing, but he needs to be accurate himself.
Yeah, and I gotta say, queen h5, not necessarily the most intuitive move, because it's just driving home the point of knight f3. A lot of us, myself included, would go, take the pawn.
He does it.
Take the pawn, okay.
He grabs it. And now again another blue arrow. Only moves, one after another for Gukesh to find. And no time on the clock.
And we should point out, not only did Wesley kind of miss the best move, that's why the red crosses appeared, but I think he's being ambitious. I don't think he played this move because necessarily he missed queen h5, although that might have been the case. It was difficult, as we say. But taking this pawn, just to very quickly mention, if rook e3 now, the blue arrow pointing out that move, if the black queen were on h5, there would be a nasty, nasty check on the d1 square. That's why h5 was better than f5. But that's difficult to see. You need to dig so deep. Wesley's playing partially with an eye on the clock.
Can I just mention an absolutely crazy point, and maybe irrelevant, but I'm going to say it anyway. David, I see the difference between queen g2 and the h1 square you pointed out earlier for the queen. In the case of the queen being on h1, Gukesh would have the option to step in with the knight to e7, forking the bishop and the queen. And your queen doesn't drop with a check. Now there's no knight e7 on the board.
Oh, that would be so beautiful. That would be a winning tactic, potentially, for Gukesh. If it wasn't for the fact that the queen did drop with a check. Tanya, that's a great spot. And that's where time is needed on the clock to realize these small differences. Queen h1 would also have stopped that queen h5 idea. So multi-purpose. But queen g2 is such a much more natural move. It looks like a nice cozy square, protects f2. Now he needs to stop knight f3. He will find rook e3, surely.
And you know what Wesley's done? He played this move so quickly because he is being practical right now. He's not being objective. He's not looking for the truth in the position. He's playing against Gukesh's clock. He wants that to tick it down to the last few seconds and then strike, and then pounce. Absolutely ambitious play. Just play fast. More important than find the best move.
And someone who needs to play fast as well, it is Alireza Firouzja, because take a look at this on the right side. Prag has got his king out there on f3. Don't know what it's quite doing there. However, it's the clock situation. Alireza down to 4 minutes, 18 seconds.
Wow, and a quick count shows that Prag is also up a pawn, so not just up 30 minutes on the clock. This feels like a good opportunity, although I do notice that the white queen is trapped. I do wonder whether we might see a draw in the near future because White's queen, Prag's queen, can't get out. That's the right board there. The black rook is going to slide back to a5 to start harassing it. And maybe we'll see a repetition, but for now, the game continues. Alireza is the one who needs to force the draw before it's too late, before he runs out of time.
And, okay, I know it's Prag to play, but is Alireza's threat simply to go rook a6, rook b6, and then keep the queen honest in that direction?
Exactly. Something to do with harassing the white queen. We'll just quickly step to this game. The queen can go to c6 and try to escape via c8 and maybe out via h3, but it looks a bit weird, and white's king is an issue. If black gets time and puts the queen back on a8, just like Divya, there might be some tactics on that square, and hitting the white king. Not easy for Prag. 0.0 almost. Small advantage for Prag, despite the fact he's up a pawn.
And we've been talking about one break in this game, which still hasn't happened. At some point, Prag wanting to step back with that king, trying to get f4 in as well. But first, questions to be answered about that white queen there. Alireza, 4 minutes on the clock, 9 moves to be made in this one as well. Super tensed.
Yeah, I think it is the draw on the spot. If Prag doesn't play queen to c6, just to point out for everyone at home, the most natural move in my eyes, other than queen c6, would be maybe to slide the king back to safety. But then black will close the door. Black can play a move like rook to d8, and there's nothing white can do without giving material back. For example, h4, rook a5 hits the queen. You can never step back to c4. You get trapped. And if you step to c6, then it's similar to what Jovanka was pointing out. Queen c6, the rook continues the harassment of the queen forever, and we see a dance and a repetition.
Why are we not counting knight c4 as a resource for Prag to take control of that square?
Ooh, great call.
Rook b8, I still have the c6 square for my queen to run away.
Aha, in this position.
Yes.
Rook to d8. Ooh. Good move. I guess c2
At least the game
hanging.
goes... Oh yeah, the c2 pawn.
e5 is also hanging.
Queen c6 coming in then. The game goes on.
Game goes on. Maybe black takes the time out, defends the e5 pawn and threatens to trap the queen. And if white deals with that, c2 still hanging.
David, I don't know. I feel that Prag's going to try to flag Firouzja here. If there's no direct way to force a perpetual with rook d8, Firouzja has to be incredibly fast. Well, that's something that he knows how to do.
Yep, he is the 1 minute man in, loves playing bullet, super speedy. I think queen c6, trying to get the queen out, hitting the knight, gets time for queen c8, and queen out the whole way. The queen side holds itself, all the pawns. I think this is the way for Prag to try and play for a win, if he's inclined to do so.
Yeah, that is definitely something that Prag will be calculating. He'll be trying to play for the win. He's currently in the last place.
Big blunder by Wesley. So
okay, we got to go there. Let's head there directly between Gukesh and Wesley, because Wesley, if he loses, well, Gukesh is back up there. Let's go.
Oh wow, this feels like a blitz game almost. Wesley has 30 minutes, but he's playing so quickly. He's trying to pressure Gukesh on the clock. Down to 4 minutes now to make 6 moves. The world champion, b5, a big mistake for everyone at home. Just to mention, in the last position, Wesley should have been, again, playing queen h5. Blue arrow appeared. This is the idea. He needs to find this at some point, but b5 played instead, and this is difficult still for Gukesh to consolidate. He should be taking that pawn, as we see with the arrow. He moves his queen forward. A decent move, and he looks up.
Oof.
Checking out the move count. He's no longer writing down his moves. No time.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Alireza Firouzja with 4 minutes is Speedy Gonzalez, for Gukesh, it's not going to be easy. Not in this position. He's somebody who relies a lot on calculation, and for that, you need those extra minutes on the clock. Wesley trying to keep things apace right now. Do you get rid of that knight at the center of the board? Do you now go queen h5, threatening infiltration on h1 and d1?
Queen h5. If the queen were already there would be some really annoying checks for white to deal with. So Wesley just choosing the wrong square for his queen. We should point out there's a threat. Rook to f4 is a winning threat right now. Hitting the queen, hitting the rook. So black has to deal with that. I think Wesley might have missed this queen move. Great spot by Gukesh. C takes b5 also strong, but this one more practical. Out of the pin, the white knight released. Knight e7 in the air. Knight f4. Knight jumps.
Yeah. And does this mean that the black queen just has to go to h5, the move that she should have been playing? Get out of the eye line of the rook.
I'd love to get that move in even now with all the checks being threatened. If you're Wesley, so you want to play moves quickly right now. Gukesh, 4 minutes, 5 moves to go.
Yeah, he needs to stop though, Wesley. His last move was inaccurate. He's been getting a bit overexcited maybe, trying to rush Gukesh on the clock. Sometimes the best strategy is to play a few quick moves, then stop. Spend 10 minutes, the opponent's heart rate slows down, they're no longer as kind of on high alert. hyper-focus, and suddenly switch the pace again. Slow, fast, slow, fast. Against time trouble addicts, that's the way to beat us.
My concern for Gukesh is that, in these kind of nervy moments at the end of the game, somehow something goes wrong for the world champion. He's been losing so many points, positions under control, winning position, slipping out into a draw. Equal position, one move blunders. That's been the storyline for Gukesh Domaraju over the last year and a half.
Yeah, and one other thing that I gotta say, it does worry me that if Wesley spends a lot of time, Gukesh is going to be given that time to calculate. And he's so good at that, keeping calm. And in those big match moments, he's able to rise to the challenge. So Wesley has to dance that fine line between playing fast and playing practical.
You don't want to rush and play bad moves, but at the
No.
same time, you definitely don't want to spend too long that the opponent has time to think. He plays the best move, Wesley, so he gets rid of that knight, meaning that rook to f4 is no longer possible. Now he takes the pawn. This is where Gukesh has choice. You want to take back that pawn automatically. There are options, though. You can take another pawn, undermining the black knight. d4 might be on his radar, trying to pin and win that knight in the center.
But you have to always watch out for a check on b1, right? Queen's got infiltration squares if you're Wesley, so he takes a peek up and Gukesh takes a pause before capturing, pushing. Which pawn is he going to pick? Will it be c4? Will it be d6? The worst thing to happen to a player is the problem of plenty, the problem of chess when the clock's going down.
Yeah, it sucks to have so much choice, and he has to be practical about it as well. Does he take the pawn on c4 and allow the checks? Does he play rook takes d6? In which case, he has to calculate what is going to be the impact of allowing black to capture on d3. Oh, so...
for now, still roughly in the balance, as it has been most of the game.
And there's an Armageddon coming up soon.
There's an Armageddon. Well, have draw odds as he takes on Cash with the black pieces, and this is the most dramatic game so far as Prag. 5 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, just going into the tank, trying to be very precise. Queen to g5 as indicated by the blue arrow is the best move. Love that move, but there are other options. Queen can come to d6, queen can come to h6, even e5 at the right time is going to be something that black has to worry about.
And this game, huge for the standings as well. You know, while Wesley's getting ready for his Armageddon, he's also rooting for Pragnananda right now. Alireza with 10 points, closest in that chasing back. And I think if this one goes to Armageddon, or worse for Alireza, he loses in the classical, Wesley will be quite pleased.
Yeah, Prag will go from last place up into the middle of the pack. Back in the tournament, things could start turning. So many storylines here at Norway Chess. But yeah, the early leader of the event in trouble. Queen e5 is Prag's choice. A surprise going into the center. Queen g7 is a pre-move almost. There we go. Alireza blocks. He controls everything. He covered his rook in the corner. The black queen, a great defender, now has to run with his king to h7. Best square, protecting his pawns. He's down to 4 seconds. Blocks with his queen.
It's a mistake. The queen sidesteps. No trades for you, Alireza. Hits the pawn on c5. 97 check. f5 lose.
Oh, that was the mistake. And now back to 4.
Oh my god, he's about to get flagged.
He's going to get flagged. Can't find a move.
He makes it with 1 second on the clock.
Queen g7. Pawn takes pawn.
Wow. Keeping it simple now, and the white rook will join the party. Maybe some checks in the air with the knight as well after that pawn is recaptured. Got to be really careful, but Prag will go back to the calculation mode. We saw the nerfs there. Alireza, no time. It's just, yeah, he's just playing purely on instinct now.
That was pure panic, that last move by Alireza, realizing he's got no time on the clock and barely saving himself from getting flagged as Pragnananda keeps the pace, picks up that pawn.
Good practical play, actually, from Prag, because he anticipated that Alireza would have been looking at queen to g5 and all these kind of ideas. Instead, he went for something completely different. And the most natural move, blocking with the queen, was incorrect.
He gave Alireza a lot of choice as well. That's how he nearly flagged him there. And that's how to beat opponents when they have no time on the clock. Give them choice, where 3 moves look the same. He had to choose between king h8, king h7, queen f7. Who knows who's best, which move is best with just 5 seconds on the clock. And now Prag, it would be so tempting to come in with the knight. Worst comes to worst, his queen can start taking pawns. He can take c5, he can take b4, he can win all the queenside pawns and still continue with the attack later.
About 4 minutes on the clock, enough time to work out all those lines, David, that you're highlighting. A very pleasant choice for him. Meanwhile, Magnus making some pleasant moves for black.
Okay, Magnus making some moves. We still see a level-looking position, but Vincent under some pressure here. There's an annoying pin. The white knight here. The black king will be safe, hiding behind its own steed, behind the knight in f7. Vincent's the one who has to draw this. Not easy.
And you have to be careful. Magnus's last move hints at the move bishop c4, pinning and winning that knight as well. Queen g3 is only 1 single check. King on f8, and there's no mate.
Magnus, the clock isn't in his favor, but the position feels like he's not risking much, and Vincent only playing for the draw here if he finds a bunch of accurate moves. But here we see both boards. Prag still thinking, no moves yet. He's down to 3.5 minutes. How does it always come down to the time scramble? It feels like we're on edge. Normally we would say Prag's going to win this 100% of the time, but the clock adds that extra dimension, a bit of spice.
Exactly. The players do not get a break after move 40. Instead, they just get 10-second increment per move, which levels up the pressure. And Vincent Keymer, the big question is, how is he going to defend his weak pawn? Because as Tanya's pointed out, bishop is going to appear on c4. b4 is the target. For Prag, he's just comfortably calculating whether he should take the pawn on c5 or jump in with a knight to deliver a check.
For Keymer on the left side, the dream would be to get the queens off the board. The white king looking a bit unsafe right there. Bishop c4 as a threat. If there's a way to neutralize the pressure, get as many trades in with such little pawns left, the endgame should be a draw. I mean, the Armageddon then just gets started, and that's a nightmare for Vincent Keymer, but that's a problem to deal with later. Meanwhile, a choice by Pragyananda on our right side. The rook moves in, it's about to come in.
It is about to come in, and some instinctive play. F4.
F4, the bar goes sky high. Firouzja's just thrown the pawn away. Everything's covered by Prag. It's knight and 2 pawns now for the rook. Material parity, but the white rook coming into e7. The black king's so open. Checks all around. No time. It's about the clock. The queen goes across. He delivers a check of his own. But if the white king can hide, that check can be blocked in so many ways. Then Prag, it'll be his turn to attack. And it doesn't look like any shelter for the black king. Rook to e4 now looks like maybe the most simple way to avoid any further checks. He could also think about walking forward with his king, but don't walk too far up the board. Prag in full control.
Full control, and the queen on d6. She is poised to start munching on the pawns. Very nice, safe block there from Prag. There's nothing that Ali Reza can do to generate play. I mean, he can go rook to c1, but queen to g6 is in the air. Queen takes pawn. He drops the rook back.
Living life on 1 second, a pawn drops. Prag's actually just calmly, not even going for checkmate, he's just going for the pawns. h5 hanging, b4 hanging, rook c8, the last try from Alireza, but he's leaving his king bare. That black king has no clothes with which to survive this attack.
This is looking very bad for Alireza. His campaign about to take another hit right now. After going down to Magnus Carlsen, Pragyananda on the brink of victory. 13 seconds. Alireza needs a miracle to save this one. He's trying to come in with his rook, set up some tricks. He is a tricky player. We've seen miracles happen in Oslo.
We've certainly seen both players just rise from the dead. And for Alireza, he's just gonna rely on his instincts. And you know, there are some counter chances. Rook takes pawn being one of them.
The black queen will swing over to block any checks to try and survive. Tanya, do you spot anything immediate? Are there any knockout blows?
The bar seems to suggest so. The fact that Prag is thinking, I'll say one thing. If Prag comes down to the 20-second, 10-second territory, we're talking blunderfest all over again. Alireza will be right back into it.
Alireza, maybe the more confident of the two in bullet territory. The Prag has that 1 extra minute. He does have a few checks he can give in the near future. He can, at the very least, trade off some queens. He plays queen f5. Very impressive control type of move there. The white king is going to hide out on h3, where there will be no checks. Alireza takes the pawn because what else? But now, the white rook's been released as well.
But now you could force a trade, right? Queen c8 coming in, I'm pinning your queen. He goes the other way, puts it on f7. And there are ideas of knight going to e6 to block that trade, David.
Prag only has 1 winning move now, only 1 to keep the advantage. He has to give a check with his queen. That is the only check in the position. He will find it. Queen trade, not enough for an advantage. He has to play this move. He does play this move.
Comes in with a check. Alireza's sneaky. He's setting up rook a2, double up, and a checkmate on h2 as well. Prag gives a check, gains 10 seconds, and that's it. He resigns. Pragyananda takes a win.
Pragyananda takes the win. He was about to win the black queen with his rook. And wow, what a result. Huge for the standings. The player at the bottom of the table gets a win and moves back into contention. In the meantime, still action elsewhere.
Action as the clocks tick down between Vincent Keymer and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus with just 20 seconds. And although we're in an endgame, not too many pieces.
Looks like it should be a draw. This should be level, but Magnus, he's trying to win a pawn. He's trying to win eventually the b4 pawn. Vincent locks up that side of the board. That could be the clincher. Cemento, as Peter Lecker would say right now. White covers the dark squares with the queen. The pawn and bishop control the light squares. Magnus now facing a fortress. Vincent looks like he's about to clinch a draw.
And Fortress is the name of the game, as we also had a draw between Humpy Canary against Divya Deshmukh, so we're going to be seeing another Armageddon. And Ju Wenjun, she's a pawn up against Anna Mitichuk, but it looks like a fortress as well, Anna.
Magnus here desperately trying to trade queens on his turn to create some imbalance, just to keep the game going, get that d-passer if Vincent was to take the queen on d4. Vincent confident of this one. He's about to march his king closer towards that pawn. He first stops it from moving anywhere closer towards the queening square, stops the king from coming forward.
Just not enough material for either side to try and win this game. Magnus, his king is cut off the white light squared bishop, doing a great job with his X-ray, and we're about to see a handshake. There we go. It is a draw. These two go to Armageddon.
Oof. And that's going to be an exciting one. Vincent Keymer, can he change his fortunes in an Armageddon? Magnus Carlsen not happy. He knew that he needed a classical win to stay in the race. But Vincent said not today.
Which means there's one game remaining, and it looks like that one is going to be finishing in a draw. Anna Mizichik claiming a draw by repetition.
She's correct. It is the third time the players reached this position. They weren't notating as the clocks were so low. So this is a great spot by Anna Mizichik, who gets out of jail. She was in such a difficult position, lost at some point, but Xu Wenjun unable to put on the finishing touches. It feels like one that slipped away, and we'll get draw confirmation shortly. But in the meantime, Armageddon.
In the big one, it's tournament leader Wesley So playing with the black pieces against world champion